Oh god. Oh, I need to fix those alerts so badly. I don't know. They're just all gonna play late. Hi, Sid. How are you? Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, bro. Thank you so much for jumping in as soon as I started stream. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry you guys were caught in the ad, but at least there's not gonna be any ads for an hour. But welcome in, Raiders. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Kumari Morimitsu. I am a normally brown bear VTuber. I like to play a variety of games. We're doing some Persona tonight. Yeah, never late, never late. Let me give my welcomes since I just started. Hi BK, congrats on first. Ratsney on second. I have Sunrider at third. Oh my gosh, bro. You just staring at Twitch for my notifications or what? Hi Arello. Hi Nom Nom. Thank you for the head pats. Hi Tunya. I have Arkadayo. Enjoy your lurk. Please enjoy. Oh. Thank you for the support. Can't really see him from down there, but you know, thank you. You got lucky, VK. Yeah, how's everybody doing? I didn't realize that when I hit the go live, I did not. Oh, okay. It's Ariel's support Akihiko now. I didn't realize when I hit live, I didn't change any of my notifications or my titles. I was like, oh, oops. At least I wasn't just chatting, which is perfect, but I didn't think about it. I just thank you for the emotional support, Aki. Yeah, I know he's there for you and such as not.
It's you.
All right, I guess I won't have Akihiko. No one says I'm ready for him yet. Yes, Ariel does need the emotional support. You were allowed to enjoy the emotional support. It's too early for him to come out. Thank you, Rai. Thank you. Yeah, what everybody do today? I might be blinking a little bit more. I've been wearing my contacts all day, but I've still been pretty okay. I know you're not supposed to wear contacts for more than like what 8-10 hours, but I've been wearing it since all day at work and now, but they don't feel like anything, so I'll take them out during an ad break. I'll take them out during an ad break. I figured they were fine right now. But yeah, funny enough, I won't have any issues with my eye tracking without glasses. I had to wait until the dark hour. Oh, you're right. I can have them during the dark hour. Long as you had yours was for 16 hours. Oh my god. I would be too terrified. I would definitely... I thankfully have never fallen asleep with my contacts. I've taken a nap, but it's like during my work lunch. I've taken a nap with my contacts, but that's a little different because it's like less than an hour. But... Oh, you're gonna lurk while preparing. Yeah, no worries, Num Num. Please, please, please. Get ready for school. Get ready for school. Better take it out before it takes you out. No. It's not gonna take me out, I promise. Also, new event. Wait. Which event? Which event? I still have not done the Final Fantasy 16 event. I really should before May hits. I'll probably try to do that this weekend, but I've just been so busy. Yeah, 16 hours of cosplay? That's normal, I think. Whenever I've cosplayed with contacts, I've always very much so taken out my contacts after like 4 hours. I'm just like, all right, I'm good. But colored contacts are different than like prescription contacts, right? Also, I have astigmatism, so I have like, I don't know if you can get cosplay contacts for astigmatism, because my prescription contacts are for astigmatism. You can. Okay. Yokai. Oh, right, the yokai. The yokai event's happening. Ugh, I gotta try for them out this year. I think I almost have all of the minions. I can't remember. Dang, I was just about to say that cons are usually. Oh, well, what is it? I think I was talking with some friends. Fanime used to be a 24-hour convention, right? Oh, why did my ad block pop up like that? Yeah. Fanime used to be 24 hours. I literally was just talking about that with some friends. Got a level blue mage? I do need a level blue mage. Oh god. I have so many things I need to do, but I have so little time. I literally was just saying, telling Rai, I was just like, I really wish there were 30 hours in a day, because there's so many things I want to do. There's so much anime I want to watch. And like, yeah. Am I thinking about going to Fanime? No, I say every year, maybe I'll go, but I cannot this year. I cannot. I'm actually going to be out already in May. I'm going to a different con up north. A little further up north than Fanime. I'll mention it probably after. But yeah. Yeah, I'm very much behind on anime consumption. The only anime consumption I get done is any of the anime that whenever Rai comes over. We'll watch anime on the weekends on my TV. But yeah. It's pretty much just been catching up to my backlog of anime, like old stuff. I just finished Free Run recently, so that was really nice. I really enjoyed that. I was very happy about how that ended. About 600 fates if you were to start from scratch. Oh, I mean, I guess I should do. The event just started, right? I'm sure there. I have to ask Aru what the hunt train is that he does usually. You're gathering your animus weapon shards? Oh. Friend of yours being so nervous. Ooh. How did they get up her nostril? Did she just like freak out and then take a deep breath through her nose for that? Now until Dawn Trail. Okay, but Dawn Trail isn't like... Okay, does Dawn Trail is end of June, right? Like the very last couple days of June? Yeah, sorry, BK. One day. I promise. If I ever go to Fanime, I'll let you know. But yeah, she shoved it in her nose because her hands were shaking so much. Oh my god, I'm so sorry to your friend. That's terrifying. I don't know how that would have happened. I would have just freaked out. Yeah, no. I think it's convenient. I feel like I've been getting a lot of headaches from my glasses because I have like a nose piece that goes on it, or like a wire nose piece. And I noticed it's been digging like marks into the bridge of my nose. So I'm just like, oh shoot, I should wear these less, unfortunately. End of June, beginning of July. Not sure if early access counts. Oh, I feel like I would consider early access, but to be honest with you, I feel like I would never end up being able to do early access. I feel like there's just gonna be so much server congestion to get into Dawn Trail. I don't think I'm gonna be playing Dawn Trail right away. Knowing myself. Join you in server, you're gonna do it, Tuna. I feel like, okay, last time when Endwalker came out, I legitimately brought my laptop to work. I was just like, you know, maybe I can get in like 30 minutes. I can play for 30 minutes, okay? My hour lunch was just me trying to log on for Endwalker. And I was just like, I didn't even get to play because it took my entire lunch to log on. You're gonna do it? Throw the dancing Emmett Selks at you? I'll throw them at you. Okay, if you hold my hand, Tuna, I'll try to log on during the server congestion. I'll try. I'll give it a shot, but honestly, with the wait times, we'll see. It also depends. Not gonna be doing story for a few days. Okay, yeah, obviously. But yeah, I definitely want to finish the Endwalker patches before it comes out. I'm pretty sure I have... After the raid that we did, Tuna, how many more trials were there? 1? 2? I'm at where the last raid we did, which was like 6.3, 6.4. I don't know. I have no idea. Might level the new jobs for the first couple of days. Oh, okay, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. It took me a really long time to start playing Endwalker when it had come out. Like I lagged on Endwalker, but thankfully people were pretty adamant about not having spoilers pop up, so I was very happy about that. Ooh. You finished? No, Aurello, I don't want to skip the cutscenes. I actually want to watch the cutscenes though. Aurello, you bought a story pass and you skipped the cutscenes? I don't know. But yeah, I'll make it a Friday stream soon to catch up to the story. I really should, and I do need those squats still. I really want the squat emote. I just I'm lagging because I don't like doing the squadron stuff, but But yeah, Num, I definitely feel for your friend. If I had to, I would also be scarred if I ended up at the ER though. Spend your money how you want it, including wasting the cutscenes that you bought. Aurello just never watched it though. Okay, this is like story skips for alts though, alt characters rather than what do you call it? Like actual just story skips. Make sure I have all my tabs in, please. Wow. My WoW friend skipped all the story up to Endwalker. What's the point? What's the point of skipping all the story when Endwalker just like really wraps up the entire expansion? What? Why would your friend skip all the story up to Endwalker? Hello? Did they not enjoy Shadowbringers? Insane. Insane. Your friend is insane. Which friend is this? Can I strangle them? Oh my god. Is this your friend we played Helldivers with? Is this your normie friend? Did they at least... Oh my god. I'm gonna rattle your friend. Aurello, I'm gonna strangle you. Jokingly, affectionately. That's so weird. Why would they skip all of the story, but then watch all of Endwalker? I don't understand. I don't understand. They didn't... Okay, so they didn't watch a story summary. Oh my god. Don't be DMing me with a screenshot. Who's this? Are they important? Yes, everybody is important right now in Endwalker. No skipping a lot. Hi, Tammy. Like, that just like... That's so... It's They skipped all of it until Endwalker. Imagine getting strangled by a bear. No. Imagine me chasing you down. I'm gonna be freaking running after you. I only play games for the story, so I couldn't imagine. Exactly. I could not do that. I don't know. Endwalker has just been so good of a story to me that I'm just like, I get it. It's like, you know, it is a 40-hour movie. I get it. But I've already put in so much. I've already put in my like 2,000 hours into the rest of the expansion. Why would I skip the rest of this all of a sudden, you know? Get myself to skip chronological titles in games. Same, right? Same. Oh, okay. Minus Persona 1 and 2. Did you hear? I think they're in the works to remaking it, so I'm very excited because if they do come out, I will most likely probably add that to like my streams. It'll probably be my new like weekly RPG. But I'm excited. I'm excited for Persona 1 and 2 to get revamped now that 3 and X have come out. Yeah. Oh my gosh. You're imagining me running just like those Gorilla Glue. Wait, Gorilla Glue. I don't think I've ever seen Gorilla Glue ads. Like when you watch a movie with someone who's just on their phone the whole time. Then the last 30 minutes they ask what's going on. I would just shake you. Can't watch cutscenes or I would. I know it's just good stuff. That's okay. It's okay. I know I'm like getting real passionate and angry about people who do this, but like, you know, you do you. I genuinely am just like, you play how you play. I'm just gonna tease you and get mad at you that you skipped Story Arello. Still don't know which type of remake, full remaster or not. Yeah, same. I wonder what they'll do with them since they don't really fit in as much as 3 and 5. Yeah, same. I don't know anything about Persona 1 and 2, so it'll be a whole fresh play for me. But yeah, I kind of hope it'll be a full remaster considering how old the game is. Like Persona 3, so that I can play it. And if they do something like what they did with 3, then I would really love that. But I was that same person who paid, so I got all the voicemails and messages and okay, that's a little different, BK. That's a mobile game that's literally out for your money. Almost done with every single beast tribe. Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous. I ended up falling off my Loporet's beast tribes. I have to get back to it. I really need the ear twitch so badly. I wonder what it looks like actually for not bunny people, like the emote from the Loporets. What does it look like on the Hrothgars, and what does it look like on the humans? I don't think you want to play Persona 2 on stream. Why not, Tina? Also, thank you, Nom Nom. I will definitely check it out. Zen is best person. Zen? Who's the one I liked from Mystic Messenger? Hamin? The black-haired one? I'm very typical. I have one type of character. Sent you a Persona 2 boss? Okay, hold on. Is it a picture? If it's a picture, I'll look at it real quick. Where'd it go? Oh, I see. Jimin! Sorry, Jimin, yes. Yes, it is exactly who it looks like. Got it! I truly want fans to just meet the characters, but the gameplay might turn off fans. It's just as hard and grindy. The guy with the cat? He's like the only black-haired one in like the typical suit, I think. But I would hope though that if they do like a remaster, it would at least be, they would add quality of life, like configuration to it, if that's the right word. Yeah, the one with the cat. Okay, yeah, I like that one. I remember waking up real early in the morning in college to try and catch those phone calls and voicemails. Oh. Yeah, that's a very interesting boss in Persona 2. Good to know, good to know. I wonder if I could just make a block for him though when it happens, or when you meet him. But that's so stupid. I don't know, maybe if they do a remaster though, maybe they'll change it. Maybe they'll change it, because it's like, you know. Yeah, like P3 got. Oh, is it just like in terms of mechanics? Is it in terms of, word. Is it just that different from 3? Okay. What am I doing? Hold on. I'm closing tabs. That's what I'm doing. I'm closing some tabs so it's not taking up as much. P3 changed the formula so much. Okay. So I'm gonna move over to my game screen, but I'm still gonna be chatting. Oh, that's a black screen. There we go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yep, until P3. Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, I do kind of want to play SMT, Vengeance 5. The one that they had remade for, what's it called? For Switch? For Switch PC? Also, let me know how the audio is. I did try and adjust audio this time around, unlike Monday, where I just like did not check any of my audio settings. I think the game might be loud, but I should be okay. Can adjust. Also, don't remember what I was doing. I want some of the other SMT titles remastered, or at least ported, so I don't have to be. You're gonna bring your PS2 over, right? So I can play the other SMT games. Sounds okay right now? Okay, perfect, perfect. Wombat! Hi, Wombat. How are you? Also, I love that I can spend time with Kodo at the TV. Like, he brings down the control and everything, and I think that's so cute. I can't remember what I was doing. Yeah, anyways, I don't remember what I was last doing. Rescued a cat. Acquired the Devil Tarot. Defeated Bloody Maria. 15 was the summer festival. Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, yeah. I think it's just free days. Okay, I'm gonna spend time with Kodo because I want to see what happens here. Oh, that's good. Just walk the Woofa boy. Have I seen the boy? Have you shared the boy on the server? Hi, Rogue. How are you? You're so sweet. Thank you for always just coming in, swinging with the compliments. You're too kind to me. Also, hi, Groggy. How's it going? How's it going? Bark! They were just chatting. Oh, no worries. Let me... Actually, thank you. That just reminded me to change my game category. I literally just started. You're good. I won't move too much, but yeah. Thank you for stopping in and saying hi. No worries if you gotta go because you want to avoid spoilers. Please, 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 please enjoy this game at your own pace if that's what you want to do. But it's nice to see you. Thank you for stopping in to say hi, and thank you for the emotional support, Aki. Much appreciated. Oh, you always gotta make me blush. Yeah, always make sure to remind Pink that he fights kids, right? But I'm happy to share again. Yeah, if you are fine with sharing again, please. That's what the pet channel is for. Be leaving for school. Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much. I appreciate you stopping in and chatting with me, Nom Nom. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I hope that school is easy for you, and I hope that you study hard. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm a hydrate. I swear. Where's my? I have tea. I have an Arnold Palmer with me today. He fought my niece. He barely survived. Also, why is it that watching TV with Koromaru gives me academics? What are we watching? Oof. Yes, we're watching together. We're gonna spend time together. What are we... Oh, it's literally Discovery Channel. Oh, he's mimicking the pack leader. That's so cute. Woof woof. Uh-huh. Seems to really like this program. Watching how animals live in the wild helped me improve my academics. Y'all remember the Discovery Channel song? There was a song for the Discovery Channel? Because when I think of like songs and shows, does anybody remember Zaboomafoo? I think I remember that song, like the general jingle of it. As long as it's not History Channel, yeah. The hydration sound was ASMR worthy. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait. It's not a song from the Discovery Channel, it just mentions it? Huh? Huh? Bad Touch by Bloodhound Gang? What? I don't remember this. Yes, the one with the lemur! Thank you, Rye. Rye gets me. Huh? Bad Touch by Blood... I also love Zaboomafoo. That was like my favorite show, especially if I was able to catch it. What? What do you mean corrupt? I'm confused. It's too bad I'm streaming, Tuna. My last message? Oh wait, I haven't had the chance to really hang out with Junpei. Where are my links at right now? Is it if it's a bad message, then I can ask Tuna to delete it. It's not say so. As long as it's not like inciting harm on somebody else. It's okay if it's sussy. Go for it. I don't mind. It's not okay, yeah, go for it. Go for it. Where are my socials? Should I hang out with Junpei? Or should I hang out with BB? I think I can hang out with Junpei. Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? I hang out with Junpei today. A classic? I know! I did say it was— yeah, it's a very 90s song, isn't it? Now that I think about it, a lot of 90s songs— okay, as a kid, I feel like when you watch something, you're kind of like, oh, that's funny. And then as an adult, like, okay, a lot of Ed, and Eddie episodes, I feel like were so vulgar that as a child, you don't notice it because it's adult humor, right? As an adult, when I watch back on like random episodes of Ed, and Eddie, I'm just like, kids should not be seeing this. But also, they don't understand what this is for. This is both a kid show and an adult show. This is... That era of music was wild, yeah. Let's hang out with Junpei today. Eminem also had a Discovery Channel reference in one of his songs. No way! That's so random. You're welcome for activating your brain cell. Oh.
That's one magnificent melon, ain't she? It's the highlight of my day.
Is this an innuendo because it's Junpei?
I've been thinking of throwing a watermelon splitting party.
Oh, okay.
We haven't really done anything summery since vacation started, you know? Especially Amada. He always looks so bored when I see him in the dorm.
Aww.
Man,
He's thinking about Ken.
It'd be a real shame
It was
if
real
they
Slim
didn't have a
Shady, so
single
about the same
entry in
time
the
period.
summer
Oh, that makes
picture guide.
sense.
I can already see the look on his face. He'll be like, Junpei-san, you're super cool and you're super nice.
I swear, Junpei. I swear. Oh yeah, I remember the square watermelons. Honestly though, fruit in Japan is expensive as heck. Even in my Japanese market, they have like what is it called? They have what is it, like strawberries, the gigantic strawberries, but it's like $20 for a pack of it. I'm like, one day I'll try one of these because I'm curious what makes it so expensive. Maybe on a good on a good payday. Yeah, the voice, I swear.
Oh, I mean, don't you know? They say women can't resist a guy with a soft spot for kids.
I swear.
And you know what that means? I'm gonna need your help. It's a win-win situation, don't you think? Anywho, oh boy. I think
Oh my god, Junpei, please. My arms are scrawnier than yours. You're fine.
Ah, yes. Today's shaping up to be a glorious
Oh.
day.
You can't. There's Ken. Ken is there behind me. I just perfectly block him. Come to Australia. 99 USD per kilo? Okay, but how big are those watermelons though? How many kilos do those watermelons usually get? AUD, okay. Wait, isn't that cheaper then? Holy crap. That's cheaper for me at least, conversion-wise. Oh, no. More expensive. Huge! Like, how many kilos do those weigh?
Such a shame that the 30-years and the ladies won't be joining us.
I swear. Junpei, why did I do this?
If we're splitting watermelons, I'm out.
Probably just hard to grow. Yeah, I think that's like why fruit is so expensive, right? For Japan?
What? Just like that? You're not even gonna hear me out?
You have a watermelon and a bat. What else could it possibly be? That's more for little kids anyway. Plus, it's really hot out. And look, I get you're trying to be nice.
No. Ken, come on. Be a child. Enjoy your youth.
Without you, it would just be me and him, you know?
I did not mean to skip that.
When you put it that way, I guess I don't have a choice.
I've always wanted to do watermelon splitting. I don't think I've ever had the opportunity to. Like, I've gone to the beaches, I've had bonfires, I've had like hot dogs and s'mores, but like I've never split watermelons. I want to do that during the summer. Hey, how's it going, Irvin? Thank you. Appreciate you coming in and saying hi. No worries. Always nice to see you. Hope you're doing well, bro. I'll be like a piñata, but healthier. You have a bat, right? We can split watermelons.
I know, Koromaru. Don't you worry, boy. We didn't forget about you.
Why do you have swords? Why do you have swords, right? You can get a whole big melon for under $10. Ooh. What? I'm imagining you now as that kid that shouts, I have the power of God and anime on my side. And you holding a sword.
All right. What are we waiting for? The youngest gets to draw first blood.
Oh! Okay, I remember your energy sword. You had that when we lived together. I did not know you had a blue exorcist katana. That's hilarious, actually.
Now this is what real summer feels like. My blood's pumping something fierce.
That's you for real, it
Look
is.
who's acting like a kid now. Oh yeah, where's the blindfold? We can't split watermelons with just a bat. Speaking of, this bat seems kind of worn in, doesn't it?
Oh, wow. You got that. That bat and I go way back. Had it since I was in Little League.
Little League? That's news.
Must have never had a chance to talk about it. That I used to play baseball. I mean,
Oh.
anyway, that's old news now.
Well, okay, yeah, I kind of remember that. I kind of remember
Wait.
that.
Then should we really be hitting watermelons with this?
Well, nah, it's cool. Don't think I'll be using it much from here on out.
Oh. Oh. Pina! Hi, Pina. I have a Narsil, the Sword of the King from Lord of the Rings. Oh my god. Konomaru, I love you! Yes, Konomaru, best boy. He's so cute. I'm so excited to have him in my party.
What's wrong, bud?
I think if I had to...
Chomp on some melon?
I don't think I have like any anime props. I feel like, oh, I used to legitimately have like a Naruto kunai at some point. Like it was metal and everything. I don't remember what happened to it. You also have a round bow knife. Wow! You need to have at least one in your life. I do. Heck if I know what I would get now though. I feel like I should get something for the living room. That'd be fun to have. That'd be fun to a fun little conversation starter for guests. Hi, New, I'm Guma. What's he trying to tell us? Oh, get a karambit. What is a karambit? What is that? Also, thank you for the head pets, Pina. How are you, Pina? I feel like I haven't talked to you in a while. I hope you're okay. I hope the art is arting. I hope that you're doing well.
Hey, why don't we use something other than the bat?
Huh? What would you use besides a bat?
Anything, I guess. Just as long as it's interesting.
Interesting. Kind of a weird request. Oh, like if Sonata-san used his bare hands?
His bare
Someone
hands.
say my name?
Take me out. On a date. Let's go, right now. It's a hooked knife with a finger ring at the end. Oh, those. Okay, those are cool. I have always wanted to have like a legal pocket knife though to carry. I used to carry around a tiny one, but it was like my ex's, so I'm just like, I want my own.
Well, when I got back, I thought I heard voices coming from the roof, so I came to check it out. Watermelon splitting, huh?
Akihiko would look so much better in shorts. I don't know. It'd be cute. It'd be so cute. About to go to bed. You see the sun? Please get some sleep, Pina. Thank you for stopping in and saying hi. Womat's got a Mjolnir? Mjolnir, Aragon's Ranger Sword, and a full-size Buster Sword. A Buster Sword would be cool. I want a Final Fantasy weapon. That's what I want. Love you too, Pina. Thank you. If you've been progressing with this game, I will pet Kodomaru for you.
That's right. We were just talking about what to use to hit it.
You're not gonna use that bat?
I'm more into historic weapons these days. Yeah. Like what though? What kinds? Hi, Gio. Gio, go to sleep. Also, I want to see Akihiko use his fists.
My fists? On this?
I mean, what are you going to use it on?
Yes! I'd actually love to see that. That's okay, right, Junpei-san?
Anyways.
Huh? Sure. If that's what you want.
Yes, definitely. Gio never sleeps? Truly. I feel like I always catch Gio in my streams and I'm just like, Gio, you're European. What are you doing? How much Monster have you had today? How much Monster and coffee have you had today, Gio?
Alright. Guess I better make this good then.
Do we get to see this happen? Does this really get to happen?
Hey, try not to go all out or there won't be any left to eat.
It is summer. We would like to eat this watermelon.
Whoa! Sonata-san, you're incredible!
He really just beat that melon, huh?
What the heck? How are we supposed to eat it now? Can't believe that thing.
Ah,
was
yes,
so
Peanut will
edible
go for the
after it
ankles,
exploded
Gio.
like that. exactly how
One
I was
can and 2
expecting,
coffees.
but
That is definitely too much. You should not be having that much caffeine. Please, Gio, take care of your health.
I was acting kind of lame back there, huh? You know, before we busted the melon. I'm talking about the whole back thing. You were just trying to be thoughtful. I didn't want to come off like I was having second thoughts, but guess I couldn't help it, huh? I was supposed to be this cool mentor, but instead, kid ends up pitying me. Don't worry about me anymore. I'll just get even sadder, you know? I mean, I'm not saying it's your fault, dude. How the hell do I put it? This is a me problem. It probably doesn't make sense. I feel like my life, my teenage years, it's just all over the place. Anyway, I think we're done for today, yeah? Appreciate you helping me prep and clean up. Well, let's head back downstairs.
Oh. Please do not make it 2 cans, Gio. Caffeine can actually interfere with serotonin. Yeah. My charm cannot go up any further. Ah, nice. Good pickup, Gio. Picked up Tuna's recommendation of milk. If I could assign condiments to the P3 cast, what would you assign them, and why is akihiko Dijon mustard? Well,
Oh, it's you.
I feel like Minato would be blue ketchup. You guys remember like the Shrek ketchup, like the colored ketchups back in the day? I don't know if anybody remembers that. Mitsuru is also ketchup because red. I agree with Pina. Gu has a max charming cuteness. Thank you. Okay, wait, banana ketchup's good because he's sweet. Unfortunately, I remember like that the coloring would just like make kids' mouths the color. Pina, banana ketchup is like it's a Filipino ketchup. It's a Filipino ketchup. I wish I could send you some. I don't know if that would make it to Finland, but I wish I could send you some. Oh, they're all here.
Yes, precisely.
Send some to Walrus. Yes! Maybe next time. Maybe one day when he visits me. One day.
Greetings.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Oh my god, Akihiko, please do not feed Koromaru beef bowls. Question. Answer? Answer? Oh my gosh.
Yes?
Akihiko, you literally only have protein on the brain. I would not touch green ketchup. I would absolutely not. Let's see. Should I go to Tartarus tonight? I feel like I want... Oh, I think last time I was holding off on it because I wanted to wait for all the missing persons. Let's see. Oh my god, Aki, Junpei, you're so mean. Tanaka. Let's see. I don't think there's any missing persons just yet. I might as well go. Yeah.
Good day.
Let's see. what
Here are my
requests at.
requests.
I will be waiting 2 weeks, yeah.
Very well.
I have yet to see Koromaru in battle. I want to see him in battle. Yeah, I think I'll try to do what I can. This is probably going to be a Tartarus stream, most likely. Fuck you. Anyways, also, I'm so happy that the soundtrack is finally on Spotify. I've been so excited, waiting for it.
Uh-huh.
I can't believe Konomaru wouldn't eat Yukari's food. Yeah, because I think I've already delayed like a week or so. I think? Question mark? He's so cute. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna crash into bed now. Yeah. Good night, Pina. I love you. Get some rest. Has anyone seen Grown Up Junpei? Not that I know.
Oh, someone's all ready to go.
Baby boy.
Wait, do you think Koromaru actually understands what we're doing?
I'm sure he does.
Think so? Even if he can use a persona, he's still a dog, you know?
Yes, and?
Hey,
Oh, from the fighting
Koromaru.
game. No, actually, I don't remember what he looks like. Oh, look at him. She's going to sleep, Tuna. Leave her alone.
He said, resolve is shown through actions.
Oh, thank you for the dog translate.
He's just a dog.
He's the best boy.
Badass. You are the coolest dog.
I'm so excited to have a dog on the team. He's a balding little league coach. I weep. No! More goatee and a baseball fit. I probably have. It's been so long since I've even seen any of the fighting game characters. Oh, he has two theurgies? Hold on. Oh wait, what am I wearing? Why am I wearing this? Look at him! He's ready to go! Everyone else got to glow up? Oh, okay. I have to look then at the fighting game. I'm wearing the Gekkokan jersey, that's why. Oh, this is my summer fit? Oh, casual. Honestly though, with the new C's outfits, I feel like I have to stick with the new C's uniform because it's just so cool already. What outfits does Kodomaru get? Hold on. No, I want to see what this looks like. Ah! Wait, no! He looks ridiculous! I can't do this to my boy. Mitsuru becomes a mommy? Mitsuru is mothering. She's always been mothering. I don't know what you're talking about. Link dog suit every day. Okay, so this is just what he wears outside. He also gets a uniform. Hold on, what's this? Okay, C's is the one he already had. What does he look like with the... Oh my god, I think that's so cute. Oh my god.
Excuse.
I love that Iga still has to translate for me for that. Okay, I'll keep him in his Steed's outfit. Bear paws. So And Akihiko's shirtless Rambo Man? Yes. That he lives rent-free in my head as shirtless all the time. Vitality. I'll leave him as is for now. I won't change too much since obviously I don't have anything for him. I will have Akihiko. As always. And then I'll bring Yukari for this one. Hi, Taoto. How are you, Taoto? Okay. Let's see. Is it time for sleeps, Ariel? Oh, why do I have Fuka in? Okay. Ooh. Man, I can't imagine the people who have just zoomed through these floors. Oh, look at him! You're good. Finally finished reviving important NPCs in Dragon's Dogma. Nice! Have you already finished that, the game? No, not even close. Oh my goodness. Just made it to volcanic islands. Oh, okay, okay, okay.
All right.
Let's see how far my fists can carry me. Okay, Aki.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Oh. Oh, wait, no. How do I run? There you go. Okay, I'm excited to see Koromaru in action. He's so cute! I kind of want to keep him in my party.
Koro-chan's collar is working. He can summon his persona.
His persona, even. Cute! Look at him! He's the best boy. He is truly the best boy. His little heart pouch? Wait, I didn't see it. Hold the phone. Is it his little, like, health pack pouch? Oh! Why'd you bonk me?
Pull the trigger.
Wait, what comment? Huh? Huh? What did I just say? Oh. Listen! It's only right. It's only right. Why would it not be called his persona? Oh! He's so cute, I can't. I'm never gonna get over him.
Okay, let's keep on exploring.
Okay. Oh my god, there's so much.
Hey, that looks like a rare chest.
A few moments later.
Thank you for the chicken. Please do an all-out attack with him. Okay, okay, okay. Let me try. Oh, I guess I think it might be too over leveled for these. Okay. What? What's the point? Crit? Aki crit? Oh, no crit. Okay. Why is he just life draining from him? Huh?
Enemy defeated. You're doing great. Great job.
Oh, I was hoping he would just knock it.
Good job, everyone.
He's so happy in the back. I literally can never get over him.
Next.
He's just a little guy. Really doing his best. Oh, there's the stairs. Let's see. I'll try my best for an all-out attack, but... Woo! Oh, here we go. There's one. No! Okay. Ugh.
One enemy eliminated.
Also, I do have some ads that are going to be playing soon. Just a heads up to everybody who's sticking around for those.
Pull the trigger. That's a win for the
Ah, or you can just kill everything.
everyone.
Not ads, yeah. Power. Okay, perfect. New persona. I'll take a new persona. Yeah, I've been running them because they've
Good job, Koro.
been better for like new folks who are popping in as well as raiders. I never realized how irritating pre-roll ads were until I was stuck trying to refresh somebody's page, and I was like, wow, I'm stuck in ad hell because I literally just am refreshing and refreshing until it's over. But yeah, it's been working out better. Oh,
Let's keep going.
yeah, how you been, Timmy? Thinking about streaming soon? Are you still doing like any sort of like content?
As the leader, it's up to you to figure out where our new teammates shine best. There's a chat.
Oh, it just goes around.
Shadow up ahead. You taking it out? This shouldn't be a problem.
I'm freezing.
You won't find the thing that you've lost. Gonna have to. Oh yeah, please. Oh, I never checked what his trait was. Oh. I hope you find it soon though, Ariel. It's always frustrating. I feel like once I forget about it is usually when I'll end up finding it. I'll pick up new personas. I think I'll try to focus on getting some new personas.
Good teamwork, everyone.
How much further are you now from me, Rai?
That's a one-way teleport.
Are you still kind of behind or about the same pace as I? This way.
Found the stairs. Wanna head up?
Only a few days. Oh.
Is that treasure?
It's probably in an extremely... Oh, yeah, always. Or worse, it'll just pop up on your desk mysteriously.
This should
But yeah, good night. Have a good sleep, Ariel. Take it easy. Okay, this is it. Please, I want to see his all-out attack.
Nice one, Koromaru.
Oh, he's so cute. Okay, alright. What are you? Moon? I don't have any other moon. I could get rid of Huapo. I don't think I needed Huapo for anything. Oh! He's... he just puts down his knife! That's so cute!
You looked really cool out there, Koro-chan.
He has to jump to reach everyone, he really does. I'm gonna cry. I kind of want to keep him on my team. Okay. I don't know what my end team is gonna be. Thankfully, they have so many new mechanics that help with like the level catch up. But I'm also just like, who will I want for end game? Who will I eventually have? Hmm? Huh? What the heck? Is that a Guma? It is a Guma. Hi, Vena. How are you? How is our favorite little arachnid? Status ailments. They will move differently depending on the ailment, which will take effect at the start of combat. Rage ailment causes one to lose their sense of reason, and range will aggressively target you, even from a distance. They will charge upon spotting you and struggle to redirect the force of their trajectory, so keep your calm, sidestep, and wait for your opponent. Oh, okay. See, we've been trying to get sleepier. Oh, I hope that listening to my voice puts you asleep. I hope you can take it easy though. Thank you. Of course, I have to have my emotional support Aki with me. Okay, so I can just go through then, right?
Koro-chan spotted the enemy.
Okay, perfect. Bye. Okay, those aren't bad shadows. It's literally just they go in one direction and one direction only. Do you have a long day though today, Vena? I feel like whenever people tell me they're sleepy and they want to go to sleep, I just tell them the same thing. Have some warm milk and honey.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
If you want to get the most protein out of a meal, a beef bowl from Umi Ushi is the way to go.
Of course. Thank you, Akihiko.
Hey, that looks like a rare chest.
Doctor's office trying to dodge nightmares through exhaustion. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, is it too early to have one of these? Actually, I guess it's not really early. It's just... That's the one that helps me with the level catch-up, right?
Shadow up ahead. Taking it out?
Oh, hi. Floor 96. Yeah. I'm pretty far in. I'm, I don't know if you played before, but I'm pretty much past the summer festival. Hi, Wispy. How are you? Yeah, I've been making my way through. Very slowly, week by week. Soma! Hi, Soma! How are you? Oh my gosh. How are you, friend? How are you? Everyone is waking up, I see. What are you up to, though? What are you guys up to? I'm doing good. I'm good. I'm good. I feel like it's been a very long time since I played Persona.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Vena. I cut you off from it.
That's our way up. Good boy, Koro-chan.
Just watching some Blender tutorials. Ooh. Oh yeah. What have you been making? Have you been putting more stuff in your shop? Okay, good. I'll just go. Oh, that's the entrance. I hate this. I hate these floors so much. Why? Okay. Wait. Am I stupid? Why am I getting turned around? Okay, this way. This way. Okay, there we go. Learning how to model low poly characters. Nice! You've done some objects already, right? Damn, I feel like now that I've gotten to this clock, I feel like I have to grind now. Oh, okay. Oh, I did not realize the level difference. I'll give it to Misuru because I'm gonna end up using her more anyways. Oh, I can use everybody. Nice. Teeny Breaker making new ones. Nice. I'm so blind.
Welcome back.
I forgot that it was gonna take me out like that suddenly. Okay. I will probably leave. And Kodo.
Yes.
Okay, it's okay. I'll just do it for the level up. It's fine. This interface, it's so good, right? It's still. Oh my god. Honestly, UI team for Atlas right now has been poppin'. I don't know if you've seen the showcase for Metaphor, Benna, but UI team deserves a raise. I am so in love with everything. It's so cool. I'll resume from there. Helping you design your human form so you can make a little 3D. Nice! That's exciting. I thought you had already made one though. Are you now like trying to get like a proper reference for your human form?
Let's keep going.
I forgot that Junpei just had a straight up bat with nails in it. Okay. We can do this one. I believe in us. Yeah, Benefor looks so good. I was watching the showcase while I was making some dinner.
I haven't seen any weaknesses. You'll have to use trial and error.
Trial and error. If not, honestly, may have always been popping. Trauma Center. Oh my god. That is such a blast from the past. So I think they, oh, damn it. What's it called? Yeah, no. So this UI is like completely fresh. It's really good. I feel like they really took on a lot from Persona 5, which is like brain, which really improved. But like this game, if you have not played Persona 3, oh my. If you've never played any of the Persona games, I think this would be a good start if you ever decided that you wanted to play another Atlas game. Terrible at designing clothes and stuff. Yeah. Nice. Excited to see it. Hold the phone. Hold on a moment. It's a mix of other JRPGs I like. Yeah. I literally was just saying, I was just like, oh my god, I like how, I love that they are doing a mix of turn-based as well as like, what was the word that they said? In-game fighting? Real-time fighting, I guess? Please stop. Really wasn't too impressed with P5R.
Now you've done it.
Yeah, P5 was good. P5 was good. I still have not played P5R. I need to. It's been so long. I'm literally on the last dungeon though for P5. I have not finished it. But I feel like they've really been improving each Persona game though every year. So I'm very excited to see how. I'm excited to see what P6 is going to be. Like how they give us a little fairy. Oh my god, okay. No joke, when I saw the fairy, I was like, Pina? Yeah, and it's also gonna be green. I'm excited. I feel like green is such a different character. Arillo! Thank you for the gift sub.
Better watch out.
I was not expecting green, to be very honest. I'm gonna give this real quick to myself. Oh hey, this one's back. Yes, it's back. It's back.
This will do the trick.
Actually, I don't know. What have we done so far?
Can you test something out?
Oh, I haven't done light. Okay.
What's next?
Yes, I said Pina because there's a little fairy in Metaphor Fantasio. Please do not. That looks just like Pina.
Here, G. I think I can use it now.
Like the moment you get in, I'm like, ooh.
Just hold on for
god, this battle's gonna take forever. I'm so sad, actually. I don't normally do this team.
Keeping you from moving.
Distress, please. Please become distressed. No!
Just hold on for now. Get out of this.
I haven't done... Oh, have I not done fire? I thought I did.
Now it's our turn.
This is gonna be the slowest fight of my life.
The electric shock's keeping you from moving.
All for 7 levels. Oh my god. Wait, why is it so tanky?
This will do the trick. I'll show you.
I forget I actually have to use these. Please do not.
The electric shock's keeping you from moving.
I cannot.
Thanks, dude.
Shall I move to strike?
Hold on for now. We'll get out of this.
Alright, that's good.
Electricity is useless here. Keep that in mind.
Okay, so far better than any of my others. Ah!
One step at a time.
Thanks.
The fists. I had to get the Jack Brothers. They're so funny. It's so silly. The weapons and the outfits for this game make me laugh so much whenever I see them. I'm trying to remember if there's any other silly fist weapons.
What's the plan?
My theurgy, please. There we go. Please do something. Okay, God. But yeah, they added like a whole bunch of stuff then, honestly, to Persona. Like that theurgy, that little like Jack Brothers attack wasn't something they had in the original game. Oh please. Can I just punch it? Please. 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 Thank God. Oh. Also, thank you for the blah, 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 blah. Thank you for the hype train. I appreciate it. Pick one additional card from Shuffle Time until you leave it. Tartarus. Oh, okay. Hope you guys enjoy the emotes. I think I still have not yet collected all the level 1 emotes. Yeah, actually, yeah, what? Tuna. What is that cake badge from? I've seen it on a couple people. Guma emotes are really good. I think Pina. Reddit. Oh, Reddit?
I've learned a new skill.
It is a tuna. It is a tuna. Tina, what are you up to? Are you doing coding? Nice. I noticed the workload this week was not that bad, which is nice. Last week and this week have been kind of good. I'm very happy about it. I started, yeah. I did start on Tuesday. Yesterday. I did start yesterday, yes.
Oh, you have an item that can target the enemy's weakness.
I forgot how far I got. I think I got to just before the code challenge. Did I retain anything though? No. Don't ask me what I learned, you know? Ooh. Oh. I can get both? Oh, that's so good. Okay. Ooh, blah, 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 blah. I don't want Legion. I just wanted to have him so that I can say I already got him. I'm just gonna let him go. I don't need him. Me, how far are you now with the lesson?
That was excellent leadership. Keep up the good work.
Hey,
Oh.
you get around, don't you? You should totally introduce me to a cute girl one day.
God damn it, Jubei. Just started working on Flux right now. Oh, okay. Okay. Is there no teleporter on this one? No, there wasn't. Okay. We'll simply have to find a teleporter in this one.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Working on Flux. Okay. Yeah. Oh, perfect. Teleporter. Hi. No! Damn it. God damn it. I should have just hit it already.
What to do? Never mind.
I don't know their weaknesses
I
yet.
forgot what this one
Can you test
was.
something else?
Perfect.
This work.
No problemo.
Move to strike.
They're wide open. I'll show you.
Flux. Yeah.
What to do?
I've already gone for it. Why must your son yell at you? Why is your son yelling at you? Which son? Is it Finn or is it Luke or Barkarian? Barkarian, no! Are Australian Shepherds yappy?
That's so
Finn disowned you. Oh, my heart goes out. My heart goes out to you.
It's a one-way teleporter.
Okay, hold on. I'm
But
taking
there's
it back.
no need to head back yet.
We're heading back because I want to switch my team now. Oh, he's a collie. Oh, I didn't realize that. I think it was just because I've always seen the long coat. I just assumed. Do we get out here? I did not mean to talk to you again. I do want Koromaru though.
Excuse me.
And I think I'll actually keep Yukari. It's time for the spider to curl up. Good luck ripping the mask off for your true self and flying the flag that making peace with your mortality. Yes, thank you, Venna. I hope you get some good sleep, okay? Take it easy, and thank you for stopping in. He is yappy. Oh, your family's. Ah, I see.
Um,
Does your family give him a lot of
yes.
what is it called? People food? That's probably why. He's probably already in that bad habit.
Even if we get stronger, so do our enemies. In the end, fighting is just as hard.
Kuro-chan spotted the enemy. Let's target him for the analysis. Kuro-chan just tackled 2 enemies. You might be able to hit a weakness on it.
Cute! His little Passover shift is so cute. Ariel. Okay, I'll gain XP. Perfect.
Just like we planned.
Oh, okay. Swift Strike. I will take it out of the slot. Yes, Tuna.
Really cool out there, Kuro-chan.
What's up, Tuna? What do I get? What am I getting Guma Guma'd for? Blech!
It's a rare shadow.
No, you! No, you. How dare you?
Shadow, do your best to take it down.
Critical rate. Whoa, wait. I just noticed this skill though. Hold on. Revolution? Greatly raises all allies and foes' critical rate? Do I want to play with fire? Play with a little fire. For a fish, they sure run fast. Yeah, they do, huh? Oh, his Theurgy! Okay, cool. Can't wait to see what his Theurgy is. I didn't realize that I had finally gotten it.
I have to do this.
Good night again. How did that miss that one? Arca! Hey! How are you doing? How's it going? Akihiko below! Yes, I have to have him at all times in dungeons. Okay, so he gets 2. Okay, after exploiting an enemy's weakness, his will to fight grows. That's what. Okay. So I just have to hit weakness. He gets Hound of Hades and Power Howling. Deal severe dark damage. His next physical attack will deal more than double the damage for all allies. Ooh. Okay, I'll try this. Canceling story, going for a walk. Good night, around. Ooh, okay, it's interesting that he gets 2. Oh, his is so cute! He's such a good boy, helping out the team. Oh wait, but this one's physical, so I should do physical. Kiri! Welcome in, Raiders! Star Shower Raid! What a perfect time to see after that beautiful, beautiful moon. But welcome in! How was the game? I was lurking in for a little bit. How was Dragon Age? You have a fun time? That's good. Good. Any of the raiders who are coming in, welcome. My name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am normally a brown bear VTuber, but I'm using my alt design for Persona. It's my usual since I gotta blend in with the game, you know. I like to play a variety of games. My current games right now, though, are Monster Hunter, Persona. I'm hoping to eventually do a bit of Hades too. I did get into the technical test, so I streamed a bit of that on Monday. But yeah, if there's any raiders who have to go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep, no worries. Please take care of yourself first. I will be here for a couple hours. I think I've just started, really. Just doing a little bit of some dungeon grinding. But yeah, I'm good. Thank you for asking. A little sleepy, but it could just be my contacts that are bothering my eyes now. Yes, I did change colors. This is my alt design. So my original design is the brown bear. But yeah, welcome in Bach Addict, Lacelnari, Obscure Pixel. Welcome. I hope you guys had a good time over on Kiri's channel. I did not mean to just do it. Well, you know, I got the kill at least. I'll take it. Got done with a long day of tests and hating it. No, what did your brother do, Arca? I'm so sorry. Also, Kiri, I know it is a little bit late for you, so if you also have to raid and run, no worries. Please take care of yourself first. Do all your post-stream stuff. I'll be here. Got to see Kiri do gets a spicy romance. There's spicy romance in Dragon Age. Excuse me? Excuse me? Oh my gosh, I'm so curious. I didn't know there was spicy romance.
Okay, let's keep on exploring.
Here's the stairs. I probably don't have to get to that too early. I did not even get to the chest. Oh yeah, let me go back. Be lurking at some point. Yeah, no worries if you don't even feel bad if you have to step away without saying anything. I completely get it.
It seems like...
But yeah, stream is going good. I pretty much just picked up Koromaru, which is the little pupper that I have right here. I'm very excited to have him on the team. I'm honestly debating about keeping him on the team for a while. I love him so much. He's so cute. His persona's a Cerberus. How cool can that get? Okay, hold on. This might have been bad. I wanted a fun time with the critical rate for everybody. Not like this. Don't drive me to school. Did not drive you to school and also rated your... No! That's so frustrating. I'm so sorry. I feel like... I don't know if you and your brother have like a very big age gap, but I feel like my brother and I did not get along when we were younger. We have like an 8-year age gap, but as adults now, we're just like, yeah, we're fine. Oh, you're right. I should be having Aigis on the team. Oh my god. You're right. I just didn't want to remove Akihiko, and I didn't want to remove Yukari. Oh, I'll have to put them on together. Oh my god, dungeon dialogue. Okay. Next teleporter, I will pick her up. I completely forgot about that.
Her leader took one out. You're back in the fight. Now it's our turn. One enemy eliminated. Big move, Kurota. Last one. Pull the trigger.
We're less than a year apart. He's nowhere near as bad as he used to be. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Excuse me? Whose ass better not crack? Freeze? No. Okay. No freeze. remember that line for later. Oh my god. That one? Every time he hops to make sure he's at eye level with everybody, I cry. He's so cute. Mitogarasu. I don't have space right now, so I believe I will just pick these up. Ooh, I love his end battle card so much. Oh, also let me get a quick little shout out to Kiri. There you go. If you guys don't already know Kiri, Kiri is part of the Tama clan. Very cool. Oh my god, I asked her this before. Space Gremlin. I'm just gonna call her a Space Gremlin. Very cool Space Gremlin. Likes to play. I seem to catch her playing a lot of Dragon's Age. That's correct. Okay, perfect. I was like, oh no, my memory is failing me. Oh, there's a teleporter. I'm never gonna get past 97. No, I'll go to the next one. I'm sure I can get her in the next one. Honk honk! I just noticed that. Hi, BK. Maybe I should have gotten I guess. Okay.
A rare enemy. It'd be great if we can defeat it.
Oh, welcome.
Now's the time.
What do you mean you don't want to hear from me about using uwu speak? Uwu? Oh shoot, I used so much SP. Oh my god. I'm a fool.
He's gonna win this.
Uwu speak? The Majesty in Chief Guma? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Tweef? Oh! What the f- God damn it, I scared away the stupid hand. That's what I get.
Koro-chan looks tired. He's nearly out of stamina.
I cannot believe. No!
Even though
Yeah, I did scare the hand away with Uwu. That was so tragic. My money. Come back. Damn it. Okay, maybe. Oh. Hello. Oh my god, I get so turned around on this freaking dungeon. Runs from cringe. Okay, wait.
There's a chest.
There's a chest. So you say, Aki. This block gets me so lost, truly. Honestly, I hate it. It's very confusing.
Haven't we seen that door before?
Yeah, we're gonna go through the Monad door. Oh wait. Would be a good idea to heal some SP, right? I have SP, right? Right? Oh! Terrible! I didn't realize that was full SP, actually. But it's okay, it works out, because Koto was like practically empty. Let them stay. I know, but I want to hear Koto's dialogue. Okay. Oh, make them suffer. No, I just wanted to have Aegis on the team. Didn't mean for that. Oh. I do need Igus. I do. We're just gonna get dog ASMR. Dog growls. Oh, come on.
Hold on.
Please. We just started.
I think I can use it now.
Will this take off status ailments, actually? I didn't think about it.
Friends.
You didn't think about it until you were playing and you were like, wait. Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, I didn't think about it until you mentioned it. Oh, wait, hold on. I have to hide myself. His icon is so cute. Distress. There you go. Oh, I'm so glad I was able to use that. His distress is too cute. He is in pain. I'm sorry, Koto. Your distress looks so cute, though.
What's your distress? Found something useful.
Okay, perfect. Can I? Yeah, there we go. No, that's not what I said. That is not what I said.
The enemy lines are broken.
Koto has to hop no matter what position he's in. I'm so sad for him.
Bad. You dodged it. That's our leader.
Who's gonna win this? I've got you.
Oh, okay.
I have to do this.
Aha! It's so cute every time he hops with all-out attacks. I can't.
Looks like you can target a weakness.
There we go.
That about does it. No shadows detected.
I feel like... Oh, wow. And I can just get both of them in one go. Let's go. Okay, starting off with Justice makes it so much easier to collect all the Arcana cards.
Oh, hello.
Seems to love being that one guy kicked Morgana, so who knows? Oh, that's true, huh? Man, it's been so long. I keep saying this every stream. I gotta finish Persona 5. Okay. Is there a teleport? No. Okay, I'll just go to the next floor. That is the only thing I can do. Oh! Well, we're up to a boss at least. A floor boss. Oh, perfect. Much as I love Koromaru and Shiba Inu, I don't know about feeling sending one into war. Koromaru is just built differently. Koromaru is just built differently. I probably don't need Yukari too much for healing because I can always switch myself into healing. And bring in Igus.
Yes.
Koromaru is a total. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, I'm gonna hit floor 100. I'm so excited to finally hit triple digits. Yay! Ah!
All right.
Okay, so is Igus going to translate for him in battle?
Darkness seems effective here. You can hit a weakness
I wanted
with
to
this.
swap. There you go.
What to do?
Master of Tartarus slaps? Yes, it does.
One step at a time. Do it!
Aha, here we go.
I knocked an enemy down.
You're mine?
Yeah, I can't tell if I'm over leveled now for these battles. Okay, maybe not. No, I think I'm pretty okay. I'm at a decent level, I think. No. No! Did that really hit everybody? That hit everybody.
Not that.
You have a skill that can hit a weakness.
I'll go with never
Can't believe this is the part where he says bark, bark, bark. Do I have anything? Kodo started at 35, so over that is over leveled. Oh, that's true. Okay.
Kuroto's poisoned. He needs help. Now, Palladian. That's the last one. And hit.
Oh god, that takes so much damage. That takes too much damage. Have anything cool or wait, why did I go down? I usually get the item right at the top, right? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Using items.
Don't know if you want advice, but you may want to deal with Koromaru's light weakness as his biggest hurdle. Oh, okay. I don't really care. Personally, I don't really care too much about any like sort of backseating or advice for this game. But I will play as I would like to. So don't be hurt if I don't take your advice or if I don't do what you want me to do. That's like the nicest way I can put that. I'm just playing the game. Oh, why did I do that? No, I don't like the sound that it makes.
Let's go.
But also, like, how would you...
Finish him off.
Oh, it's just me and Aki. I guess, like, would I just be focusing more so on, like, the armor that I put for him for light resistance?
Operation unsustainable. I guess it's taken heavy damage. Kuroto's poisoned. He needs help. Palladian. Items can be a good way to strike weaknesses.
Oh, wait, that's so cute when he uses an item. Wait, trying to shift. I can't shift. Okay, I see. There we go.
Let's get away with this. I got you.
You struck a weakness. You hit a weakness. It is time. This is my duty. Last one.
Oh my god, please.
I'll do this.
I feel like the amount of damage that I do is so slow sometimes. There we go.
That about
Just
does
about
it.
what I
No
expected.
shadows detected.
I forgot that was a boss, to be very honest. Udon. Medium chance. Alright, let's go.
Greetings.
Kodomaru performed excellently as well. Once we return, we are to give you a reward, correct? Please translate. What would best suffice as a reward for Kodomaru-san? A delicious snack. That's what I would give him. Kodomaru-san, you are drooling. Kodomaru-san is exuberant. Perhaps he is one hungry boy, as they say. Well then, let's be off. I will also perform to the best of my ability in order to secure Kodomaru-san the best possible reward.
Were I able to travel at light speed, I could reach the top instantly.
Daft jacket. Is it good for me? I'm gonna put it on. It's mine now. Aki, you can get the next best thing. Games are better played how you want to. Oh yeah, no worries. Thank you for letting me know that as well. Again, it's very hard to read tone as well online in chat. So I never try to, I guess, like I try to think, I do try to think positively about people who do come in and chat and start immediately backseating. Because maybe they just didn't catch like a pinned message, and obviously like in this one I haven't actually put down any sort of pinned message that I am playing this game technically fresh, but not really, since I've played portable. I enjoy the story for this game so much that it's just like I don't think anything can really like bother me when it comes to this game. Whenever chatters come in, is this, I don't know. I just love this game so much that it's easy for me to be in a good mood. So like, I won't really be too bothered by too many things from chatters. If it's a game where I'm unconfident in, like I was saying before when I was doing the Hades 2 technical test, that's a game I'm a little more self-conscious about playing on stream because I'm not exactly like.
The exact height of this structure is unknown, but there are no matches found in my database.
They're like, that's like, roguelikes are not my strongest forte. I do love the story of Hades, so it's like, oh yeah, like of course I want to play it. Also, hi Soren. Oh my god, the water sound threw me off. It made my brain buffer. Thank you for the hydrate. How are you, Soren? It's okay. No. You're good. But yeah, like I don't know, if it's a game that I'm not too confident in playing, I'm gonna be a little easier to hurt. A little easier to hurt if somebody tries to backseat game me, because I'm just gonna be like, I'm a terrible gamer. Don't tell me what to do. But like. Yeah, I don't know. I have those moods. There's definitely games where it's like really hard to kick me off of to like get me in a funk. This is not one of those games. I'm perfectly content to be playing this game on stream. That Persona got that smolder. I know, one of the Tamas. Been busy lately. I saw you streaming some Apex the other day. Oh my god, it's been so long since I've seen Apex gaming from Soren. Were you stress testing your PC, Soren? Also, I'd recommend armor, but I don't know what there is, so an accessory might be easier. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably end up adding an accessory to Kodomaru.
Perhaps.
Perfect. He's so cute. I love him. You can run it easily now with VTube Studio. Oh my gosh, that's insane. Oh, so what is your PC fully built?
Not bad.
I'll give this on it. I'll give it on. He asked for it. Nice. So what specs did you end up going with? Please share the specs. I would like to know. Oh gosh. I've put pressure on you. I see. I'm already wearing it. Always just play casually without a guide for the first time, but yeah, I didn't realize until a month ago what backseating was, so I've been hesitant to offer advice. Yeah, I mean, especially because you were saying, like, you don't, what is it? You social cues sometimes. I think it's just always easiest to ask first thing. I think it's just polite also to ask, if, like, hey, can I give you advice? Which you did, and I appreciate that. Park, hi. Gamers, that's me. It's me, gamers with a capital G-A-Y. How are you? How is your Miku Expo? You're at the gym? Oh my god, I can't believe you're watching me at the gym. I'm so flushed. Hope you're having a good gym session. Entertain you. How? I am just playing Pertoba. Did you ended up keeping those vinyl records, right? I was gonna ask if you wanted to get those off your hands, I would not mind buying them off of you. But if you're gonna keep it, don't even worry about it. Oh man, that didn't format well. No, it didn't. Oh my gosh, hold on. i7, you're on a 3070. Wait, do you have 2 terabytes? Wait, no. How much RAM? Hold on. How did you copy paste this? Okay, so you have Intel 7. What is the 13700K? What is that? Sweaty. Yeah, I know. Savvy, I got to catch you. Oh my god. It was by pure chance that we even saw you on the line. Keeping them out of spite because they were for your ex. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I was just like, oh, hee. It's yours now. You just gotta get a vinyl player now.
That was a spectacular finish.
Did I already? I haven't gone through this yet, huh? Try. Okay. It is mixed up. Okay, cool. Is it just you today, Park? You go with a friend? Did you go with your gym buddy? Wait, I don't have. Oh, unfortunate. I don't have Koro.
Let's do this.
Wait, I'm not ready. Hold on, I'm not ready. I think I have no SP. Hold on. P4 dancing music is fire. Honestly, Park. All the Persona music is so good, so it's worth keeping. Fuck your ex. It's your vinyl track now. With friend. Nice. Okay, thank you. CPU. 32, okay. Nice. Oh, you sound like you pretty much have what I have. The only difference is our graphics card.
I'll go with.
I hope you were able to get everything like pretty cost efficient. Use Sayanaga. I didn't even look if that worked the first time, and I did it again. It's fine. A lot of it was last year's Black Friday sales. Oh. That's good. I hope that you had fun building it. Did you end up building it yourself, or did you have a friend help you out? Okay, hold on. That was a lot of damage. Build it yourself? Nice. Oh my god.
appreciate it.
How was it? Was it nerve-wracking? I feel like I am still I would be nervous to even change anything inside my own PC. Did you have something to take away the static?
It is time. Persona! Do not make contact.
No, I just want to open it up and clean it up. Oh. How's your cable management? Oh, you didn't have anything for your static? Oh, you're so brave. I'd be so terrified about like zapping something. Actually pretty good. Nice.
Looks like you can't hit anything.
Oh, I don't have anything for it. Okay. Ugh.
Summoning. Blade. Vtubear. I'll get it next time.
Oh, I see. I could just keep missing. That's fine. How's the personas going? It's going. I can't believe I am 100 floors in now. I don't know. I'm very excited. I think with the pacing that I'm going at, I think I'll finish before the DLC comes out, thankfully. I am just very happy to be seeing akihiko, obviously. Also, I'm very excited for what Atlas has been doing.
Nice work.
Especially with like Metaphor, any news about like P6. I am anxiously waiting. I wonder if there's a kind of a timeline for whenever God. Oh, I forgot. For how long it'll take for them. And also the news about like a remake kind of for Persona 1 and 2. Either not confirmed what kind of remake. Bless me for putting Aigis on the squad. I put her on the squad for Kodomaru and then I sent Kodomaru out to scout and I was like, damn it. Oh, is this the last one I need? XP. Persona 5 had I remember the announcement for Persona 5 and then it taking very many years for oh my god, holy crap, the stacks on these. Okay. And how many I remember when the first trailer for P5 came out and I was just like, what do these chairs mean? And then the game came out and I was like, I still don't understand what the chairs mean.
Oh, hello.
You're still awake, Ariel? Yeah. Yeah, that one took a very long development time. But I feel like with Persona 5, they really, like, updated it, you know? From 4? If that's the right word. Bye. Also, please, Soren, look at the best boy. What are you talking about? This is Persona 1 and 2. There's only 3 Persona games, 3 to 5. Those are the only ones. Oh yeah, no. We're not. If we only have like what, the leak? Because there's no confirmation, right, for the game yet. Just the leak from Midori. That's why it's like 5 hours until it's time to work. Oh, Ariel. I'm so glad you work from home, but also sleep. Yeah, if we just got the leak, I'm just going to throw Persona 6 into the back of my mind. Okay, so you already got everything. I can just go.
Just wondering, how many different types of shadows do you think there are?
There are probably a few categories of shadows.
Persona 4 remake when? They also did confirm that they were gonna make a remake for 4 too, right? The vote that they had for what games to remake wasn't too long ago. Oh, who won that vote?
Shadow up ahead. You taking it out?
Persona 4 New Game Plus and I are not on speaking terms. Oh, okay, so Persona 4 is actually the only game I have not played through in completion. So that one, don't give me any spoilers for that one. I will eventually play it. I'm not gonna play that one on stream though. You didn't think you'd lose all your equipment? No! I'm so sorry. I thought you would keep that stuff in New Game Plus. I see. Okay. Okay. Don't worry. I will not remember. It's fine. Rye, if you know how to delete messages in chat on mobile mod, you can.
Is that
3, 2, 1, and 4 for what fans wanted remade. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, unsteadily. They move slow and are prone to missing their attacks, making them prime targets to pick off with chance encounters. Oh, okay, okay. That's fine. Yeah, don't even stress about it. I will most likely forget. I have so little time to play all the games I want to play. I am praying to God every day that one day we'll have 30-hour days. Wow, it still followed me. That was so fast. But yeah, I do want to play 4 eventually. But yeah, having 4 on the bottom of that list makes sense since it technically just had P4 Golden as like kind of a little bit more recent, right?
Shadows are getting stronger.
I'm glad 3 got the remake, and I cannot wait for 2 and 1 because then I'll finally get the chance. Fans have been awaiting 1 and 2 updates for so long. Yeah, I believe so.
What to do?
So that's not a game I'll be streaming. I hope that they replace him. The vote I think was in 2022. Okay. Doubt that's gonna be remade. I think they leaked that they're going to be remaking 1 and 2, but it's not sure if it's gonna be a like remaster or a complete remake.
Who's gonna win this? Let's go!
Wasn't Persona 5 the longest game to finish on average? Okay, like here's the problem though. You can't. Yeah, it depends on how you play. I usually take forever with these games. I think on Persona 5, I was already at like 80 hours and I wasn't done. If that tells you anything. This game right now, I'm at like... well, it's kind of harder to make an assumption for this game because I've been streaming this game, obviously. And I get distracted yapping and trying to play. Oh, fuck. P5R averages about 100 hours, but it's hard to measure.
One step at a time. Go!
But yeah, and I'm sure Rye has probably put in like 150 plus on that one. Actually, I'm gonna save RTO mode.
I haven't seen any weaknesses. You'll have to use trial and error. Persona, engage!
Also, oh my god, Ariel, I love that emote so much. It's so cute. 100 is cute. I'm so much worse. Yeah, I'm not gonna be surprised if you actually clock in maybe like 200 hours. If you said you put in like 140 in Fess, I don't know. You made chicken pot pie soup. Send pics. I'm waiting for the pics. Oh, now I see the heart on its pack. It's so cute. Also, I will give him a snuggle. Thank you, Raph. Hope you're doing well.
What to do?
Oh, thank God.
It's gonna win this. I've got
How are you, though, Raph?
What is optimal? Persona!
Tired, fix maybe tomorrow. Oh, yeah, no worries. Whenever. I just, oh my God, I guess I love you. Ooh.
That was a good workout.
Gonna play some Yakuza and eat a little soup. Nice.
Looks valuable.
Half a gallon of soup? That's a lot of soup. Oh, there it is. Please don't leave. Please don't leave. Please don't leave.
Rare target sighted. Let's eliminate
God damn it. God damn it. There we go.
We've got the upper hand.
Take it down if you can.
What the soup really needs is like a pie crust or something. Ooh.
Topple two enemies.
Now, I will probably end up using Orgeum mode for this because, god damn it, I refuse. I think you can buy like pre-made pie crust, right? Would you end up making your own, or like so just get like the batter for it?
I'll take care of this. Let's go.
Activating.
Actually, I probably don't need to use Orgeum mode. I can save it. Oh, please stop missing. Just want something doughy in there to soak up the flavor. Yeah, that sounds good. What are the chances? What are the chances of this? Yes! Oh, that was so good. Thank you, Koda. What a good boy. What a good boy. The reload does not let me switch accounts in game, so I have to close it and open it back up to switch accounts? Wait, what do you mean switch account? Oh, accounts? Huh? Like files? And yes, Lotus Juice definitely still has it. I would love to see him live one day.
A staircase. Shall we ascend?
Oh. Oh, okay. Those are the... Yeah, I've seen those already. Just look in here. Yes, there is. An Xbox player.
Enemies detected. We've got the upper hand.
It's okay. I have an Xbox too. You can play on whatever console that you wish to play on, Arca. You're done at the gym. Good job. What is the post gym? What is the post gym plans? Nice seeing ya. Thanks for stopping by. It's nice to see you, Park. Love you too. Take care. Oh my frick.
One step at a time.
Xbox, yeah. I know, I have like, oh, what? Pain. Yeah, always nice to see you. Have a PC, but I'm not good with computers yet. Get your PC until 2000. Oh, okay. I didn't get my PC until 22, I think. Yeah, but I've always wanted to, play more on PC, so that's why I did it this way. Hold on. Hold the phone.
Fire won't work. Be careful.
Fire doesn't work on it. Okay. Who is it that
Useless here.
absorb? Okay, you absorb
Can I
electric.
stand on this enemy?
I'll try because Kodo's a good boy. He can do it. I believe in him. Damn it. So close. No! Okay.
I'll go with.
Oh, okay. To be, hold on. To be fair though, Arca, I am playing P3 on PC, but I'm playing with a controller. But when I play Honkai, I'm actually used to playing Honkai on keyboard.
Fire won't work. Be careful.
You do that a lot, yeah. It's just easier sometimes.
Now,
I'm trying to think of other games that I'll play on controller on PC.
Victory is at hand. One enemy eliminated.
No, it's gonna be all okay.
That's a win for the team.
Thank God.
Good job, everyone.
Yeah. I didn't know. Oh, is it your game, by the way, that is like attached to your account for Persona 3? Are you playing it on Game Pass, actually? It's probably a better question to ask then. It sounds like you're playing it on Game Pass. Oh my god, this labyrinth gets so big. I get so lost.
There's a shadow.
Oh, here's the stairs. Like I didn't explore everything. Oh my god, there's still so much more. Big open area. Oh, here you go. Chest. Okay. Oh wait. Like, there was a thing. I thought I saw it.
There's a chest. Wanna try opening it?
Oh, there you go. I was like, where's the gear? I see it. I'm not crazy, right? Bought the game to own, but I have an alternate account where I'm only using physical skills and I have to close the game. Oh, are you doing that just like as a challenge to yourself, or? Oh, yeah, I keep using so many fragments.
Rare treasure chest located.
I have no depth perception every time I whack the material stuff. Okay, there you go. Back there. Oh wait. Okay. I want to see how useful my other party members can be, but yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, perfect. Okay, I think I'll do this and then I'll probably
Leader.
get out of Tartarus for the night. Oh my gosh.
Preparing to analyze.
His theurgy is so cute. I can't get over it. Oh, he's a big boy.
Well executed. I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time. Confirm. Ready to engage.
Oh, I'll never get over her buff.
Direct hit on a weakness. Amazing, I guess.
Okay, thank God. Wow, I love summoning every theurgy possible in one battle. Oh my God. Beautiful.
Now I can support you all even better.
Shock noise. Inflicts stress on all foes on the current floor. Oh. Seems happy that we. I guess I'm waiting for you to translate. No translation? Oh, he's so proud. He's so proud.
Don't mistake recklessness for bravery. Let's keep that in mind.
Okay, perfect. How far are you, have you already finished this, or actually, how far are you in the floors, Arca?
Let's see.
Okay. Oh wait, hold on. I realize I cannot leave there.
Koromaru-san is very motivated. Let us follow his example.
Oh, cute! Okay, it's just the
Shadow up ahead.
translation of what he's saying while we're walking around. On your 4th playthrough? Oh my goodness. How quickly did you finish this game? Ah.
Impressive trick work, Sonata-senpai. What is optimal? Persona!
What to do?
That about does it.
It's over.
No shadows detected. Goodbye.
I love that her dialogue is just goodbye. Okay, I'm not gonna get that strong shadow. The goodbye gets me every time. So quick to just peace out.
That's one strong
Nope,
shadow.
we're not gonna go against that with only 3 people. I would like a teleporter though on the next floor.
Hello there.
I have no more Twilight fragments. I've been using so many. Hey, how's it going, Sonic? Okay, no teleporter. I cry.
There's a shadow.
After 80 hours, the first playthrough?
Hit him hard and fast.
Okay. Dang, 80 hours for your first I don't know how many hours I'm at right now, but like I only get to play this game about once a week.
All enemies defeated.
Bless you, Kodo, for being such a good boy. Or else I feel like I end up being a little too burnt out. And also, I would just like to enjoy my time. Perfect, a teleporter. Wait,
Found a one-way teleporter to the entrance.
there's no way we're almost at 80 hours. Hold on. No. I probably only have like 40? 50?
Oh my.
I see you have an Akihiko body feel. I do. He is my favorite.
Good day. Are you accepting a
Oh,
request?
no, okay. Let me save before I forget. And then I'm gonna go into. See, I only have 43. I spent too much time yapping. I do. I very much so do. I love Akihiko.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. Registering personas? Will you register it to the computer? All registered. Is overwriting acceptable? Now
Let's
then,
see.
Please choose the persona. Well then,
Oh.
shall we take a look?
Excuse me? Nidhogger? Why the R?
Have you all the what kind
Huh?
of persona do you?
you can't control this.
Oh, hello. You're a long boy, I see.
This power might be too much for you.
I'm at 30. Oh, I am at 38. Okay, perfect. Oh my god. Some of these personas, I swear.
This persona is powerful. This persona is this persona, yes?
Oh, that one looks cool though.
This persona, yes? Is this acceptable?
Yeah.
This persona, yes?
Oh, I didn't check with Elizabeth if there was any.
What kind of persona do you desire?
Oh no. Guess your hours played. Is it 80? Don't tell me it's 80. Don't tell me it's 80.
Take all the time you need to
Stop
consider.
This persona, yes?
Not yet. Oh, is it 69?
Is this acceptable?
I hope it's 69. Tell me it's 69, bro. Oh.
Are you satisfied with this?
Oh my
Are
god.
you
That's so
satisfied
silly.
with this?
Funny oral sex number. Let me see.
Well,
I have no idea.
This persona is powerful.
What? Oh, okay, hold on.
Very well.
Let me see what her request is, and let's. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna
Your
try it.
next visit.
I'm surprised Twitch let you send it. Probably because you censored it. I don't think my auto mod is that strict. I think.
Good day.
I think I have it at moderate. When we're almost at the same spot, I can't believe this. Yeah, I can believe it. I can believe it.
Are you accepting
I
a
think if I were
request?
more so to like just zone out and play versus stream and play at the same time, carry out the King and Eye fusion spell. Wait.
Have you gotten used to battling with
King
a persona?
Frost. You'll who? Wait, I'll need King Frost and the biggest, baddest boy of all Jack Frosts. Is there something? Is there one more after King Frost? Oh, I only have to do level 3. Black Frost. Oh, right. Okay. I didn't realize Black Frost was bigger. Level 38 or higher. I just realized I picked this up, but can I even get this one? Oh, this one's from the nurse's office, I think. Okay. Level 38. I wonder if I can make Black Frost.
Very well.
He's
then.
bigger than Jack, not the king. Oh, got it. But yeah, as I was saying, if I weren't streaming this game and if I just zoned out, I would probably end up playing this game for like 10 hours by myself. Just not paying attention.
Registering
I think I would
personas.
finish faster though, because I
This
don't
is
really
your
spend too much
progress
time
so far.
on a lot of the fusion stuff.
Well then, shall we take a look? It is a special. Which will you choose?
What do I do for Black Frost? Is that like all of them?
Have you all?
Oh wait,
This persona
I'm
is
silly.
powerful.
I'm so silly. Okay. I can make him, and then I could probably just buy back another King Frost that I want to see.
This persona is powerful.
Who is this? Jack Frost, Dragon Lantern, and King Frost. Okay.
This persona is powerful. Please choose what skills to inherit.
Oh, that's a lot. Okay. It already heals through ice, so I won't worry about that. I'll get Agilao. I'll get... Oh, actually, I'm gonna get Agadine after. I'll just do some of the boost stuff, I guess.
It appears
It's just so
that
fun to
you
zone out in
receive a
Tartarus,
good
yeah.
amount of extra power.
So it begins.
Tired from your long day? Gonna go to sleep. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for hanging out, Arca. I appreciate your company. And I hope that you get a good night's rest, and I hope you have an easy day tomorrow, okay? I'll catch you next time. You know, it'd be so funny if I failed that fusion. I would lose it. I would absolutely lose it if I had failed that. Hee-ho! Hey-ho! Oh my god, he's gonna teach me how to talk like a badass? Wait. You were just thinking. I'm still so shook that I even failed a fusion, and I had that silly moment where I just fall over. I did not know that could happen. Because I've never failed a fusion, I think, in like in either game that I've played. I didn't know that was a thing. No, I just put this on. I'll just do the dark boost, I think. Since I repel it anyways. Oh, Boufadine. Okay. That's incredible. What is the rates to have lost to fail a fusion, you know? I think it's just funnier that I caught that on stream. I have to go back and like actually I'll have to go back and find that moment. It was so funny. It's okay, everyone has performance issues sometimes. And then at that time it was just, you know, I could not perform. Rolled over the 4 feet to my It's 1 in 64 chance? Oh my god. And I hadn't even fused more than 20 personas at that point. And I was just like, I failed that fusion? What do you mean? In P5 it happens all the time, does it? That's never happened to me. Okay, perfect. And then I have to have
Please choose the person.
I have to have King Frost, right? In P5, what's the chances of a botched fusion on an alarm? Oh wait, what do you mean on an alarm?
Does that persona catch your eye? This persona, so you'll be summoning this one?
Wait. Do I need to have them both to have the... How does this work? How does this work in this game? Let me leave first and save. And save now that I have Black Frost.
How splendid.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Perfect. I'm glad I didn't end up just doing it. Cute! Heavy ice damage to all foes ignoring resistance. Ooh, King and I. Okay, perfect.
We look forward to your next visit.
Notice you can get event, a prison alarm that allows you to produce stronger fusions, but at a higher risk of failure. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I guess in this one it's a little different since we don't have that prison alarm, right? It's just funnier because like when you do the fusion, obviously the cards go through my head, but the failure in this, it just like the cards just like whack me in the face. And then I fall down in my chair, and I think that's so funny.
Good day.
I have to see what the failure for the fusions look like in 2.5R. There's always a chance for failure, regardless of holy heck.
Here are my requests. Let's hear the results. House.
What do I get? Garden sense.
Wonderful.
They're cute. There are a lot of. Oh, are there? Marionette. Necromancer makes me think of cat. Necromancer. Nebulos. Cool. Okay. Oh, this is the one. Have a Mothman with the skill Agilao. Can I even make Mothman? Hold on. Save. I want to see. I don't think I can.
Very
I
well.
didn't see any. I want to see. Mothman best boy. Yes. Mothmans are always good. Local cryptid.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Oh, you have him right now? Okay.
Ah, it is a special persona. What kind of persona do you desire?
I can make him. Narcissus and Jiko.
Is this acceptable?
Can I get him with... Oh, he's so cute! Wait, he's... Look at his big beady eyes. Oh my god, wait. When you turn him... Oh, I thought his eyes did things. He's just wiggling. Okay. Can I make him with...
Please choose what
Will I be
skills
able
to
to?
inherit.
Oh, wait, hold on. Who is this? Narcissus and Jiko. Mothman, my boy. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone, though. So my...
Take a look.
Narcissus has...
Please take a look.
Oh, do you think I'm gonna have to... Oh, boy, hold on. I have a feeling... Where is G... There you go.
This persona, yes?
Oh. I think I need a different combo.
Registering personas?
I too. Please choose the personas you would like to fuse.
When I look at... Hold on. When I look at the fusion search, though, it already shows all the possible combos. Yeah, it does. Okay.
Desire?
Is it bad to feed a dog energy drinks? Are you feeding your dog energy drink? Are you
Seeing what
feeding
personas come to
Koromaru
be
Mad
is
Bulls?
a great joy of mine.
Ah, I might have to have a different combo then. I can't believe you.
This is your progress so far.
Should I just... Oh man, should I just fuse? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna save beforehand. See what other combos I can do to get Mothman by making other personas first. Oh, I had saved before. Okay. Do you remember what combination you ended up using, Rai, for Mothman? I want to make Getting Magic a Gathering proxy that replaces Fallout Mothman with SMT. Oh, that'd be so cool. That'd be really cool. Let me see.
Registering, I see. Registering, I see.
Ah, it is a special persona. What kind of persona
Okay.
do you
So
desire?
right now, the Mothman I currently Lovers in Strength. I have
Which will you choose?
only Jikoten and Narcissus. Okay.
It is a special persona. What kind of
Let me make
persona
Another
do you
one
desire?
then. Lovers in Strength. Do I have any other lovers that I can make? Oh, I can't. Jisaki. Or Strength. Did I have Strength?
Seeing what
Oh.
personas come to be.
Oh, I have
is a great
Matador.
joy of
Okay.
mine.
Are you satisfied with this? Please choose what skills to inherit.
I think Yakshini is who had Agilao for me. Trying to see. Oh, I'm not even gonna get Agilao on this one. And Mithras.
This persona, yes?
Can I make a Mithras with Agilao? Oh, I can't even make another Mithras. Okay. Ugh.
This persona is powerful.
Wait. Hold the phone. She's so pretty. I'm gonna make her to make her. Hold on. Hello, Cendrillon. Excuse me? I'm sorry. Goodbye, Black Frost.
This would be a wise
She's
choice.
so pretty. I'm actually kind of sad that my star rank is only at rank 2. I love the lighting, like the reflection on her outfit. It's so pretty. Oh, she's so weak to dark though. Oh! That's Kasumi's persona? Well then. No wonder she looks extra special. You summoned her for the Starlink? Ooh. She's pretty neat. Is her background accessible? Background? I actually don't have any stars, so, you know, I'll summon her. I'll summon her. Wait, actually.
Please choose what skills to inherit. This is your progress so far.
Does that mean I can get her from here? Is she not in here? Because I had the... Since I had the,
Browse to your heart's content.
Oh, she was not part of the DLC, huh? Oh, press down on the D-pad while on Cendrillon's page? Okay, hold on.
Now then, let's.
Well then.
This would be a wise choice.
Persona of Another Story, the French name of the titular heroine of Cinderella, a tale of great renown in which a mistreated waif gains luxury, beauty, and a single night's dance with a prince through the power of magic. She is DLC, that's why you can summon her, right? Oh, oh, she's the glass slipper. That makes sense. I don't actually know the story of Cendrillon. I know the song. I know the Vocaloid song, Cendrillon, and I love that song. I didn't realize that you have to have this DLC to be able to summon them, because I thought with the DLC you can just summon them.
This is your progress so far.
It's literally like this, where I could just buy them immediately, you know? That's what I thought. But I guess Cendrillon is not a DLC that I can just
Browse to your
buy.
heart's content.
She is one? Okay, have I just missed her on here? Am I crazy? Oh, there she is. Okay.
This person.
Oh, okay. Well, I might as well get the buff so I can get the additional. Yeah, I might as well get the buff so I can get some skills on her.
Search of new power.
Well then.
The only thing is it's going to take away Black Frost and I'm going to have to buy Black Frost again, but that's
This
fine.
would be a wise choice. What do you wish to inherit?
I just made the poor boy. Listen, I can buy him back. I have money. I don't think I actually do. I have anybody with Patra? Okay, she'll be my healer.
So it begins.
If I fail this one, then I'll cry. Okay. If I fail again, I'd have the craziest luck while streaming, right? That'd be insane. Oh, she's so pretty. Rather than accepting a life in cinders, you would strive for glory, then let me cast a spell on you. Oh, perfect. I'm gonna keep her forever. Wow, excuse me? Excuse me? I'm flushed. I'm flushed. Oh, say.
This power might be too much for you.
Hello? I don't remember this persona. Oh wow, wait, so many things opened up. Summoning Zendralon. Okay, hold on.
Is this acceptable?
I'm not gonna be able to get
Is this
Aguilao.
acceptable?
But
This
Thunderbird.
persona is powerful.
Oh, that's so silly. Why does it looks like the emblem of a sword. Like a metal emblem. And then
This
Hanuman.
persona is powerful.
Oh yeah.
Is this
What?
acceptable?
Oh no, I saw that one earlier.
This persona, yes.
And
This persona
one
is
I
powerful.
also saw. I
You
cannot
can't
see
control
thought.
this
Okay.
one yet.
Okay. Anyways, I will simply buy back
This is your
Black
progress
Frost.
so far. This persona, is this acceptable? May it be your inner strength.
Okay. It's fine. I probably will not worry about Mothman then this time. I could
Are
do
you
it
finished?
next time.
How may I assist you? We look for.
Ooh.
Oh, help.
Okay. I don't think I did. I actually didn't do a lot of progress on this one. We only did like 6 floors. I was just so distracted by everything. Who wants to hang out with me?
Good morning. This
Oh.
is Elizabeth.
I just saw you.
I am calling to inform you that more humans have wandered into Tartarus.
If I had just waited one more night.
One this time, I believe.
Okay, it's only
Please
one.
swiftly
That's
and
fine.
safely
I'm
conduct
gonna
a
worry about
search and
rescuing
rescue.
later. I
Goodbye
guess. I can't believe I just waited one more night. I could have just saved. Yeah, there's gonna be one more. What's the day? Wednesday? An old man's request? Hold on though. Kiske. I forget, what social link is his? Fortune. Okay. This is rank 3. But hang out with him though. Will I rank up is the question. I will put more potatoes. Okay, when is the next full moon? Because this was the last full moon, right? Yeah, so I still have two weeks ish. 1, 2, yeah, about 2 weeks. Okay, I'm good. I have so much time. I feel like this is the first time that I'm actually playing and I am not finishing Tartarus in one night because that's insane. Everyone on the first floor? I love how Aigis doesn't have a change of clothes. Give her casual clothes to hang out in the dorm.
By the way,
Oh, right.
Oh, same thing.
I'm sorry.
Oh, the AC doesn't work in this dorm? Terrible. Oh, wait. Kaise is the Starlink, right? Wait. Micah will also go up. Hang out with Micah, I think. Also, I think I'm going to take I'm gonna run an ad a little bit early because I can definitely feel my contacts now. And I'm gonna take a little washroom break as well. So I'm gonna go to the BRB screen. I will be back after the ads run. But if you guys are still hanging in there, make sure to take a little stretch break with me. Grab a snack, get some water. I will also refill my water bottle while I'm at it and maybe grab a snack. But I'll go to the BRB screen, so we'll be back. Where's my BRB screen? There it is. Okay, you're back. I was struggling to take out my contacts. I took it out, and then as I was like washing it with solution, I just dropped it in the sink and I stared and I was like, ah. And I washed it again, and then I dropped it in the sink and I was like, God damn it. Thank you. Did my controller go to sleep? Oh no, I was just tapped out. I'm gonna put this soup away, but it's still warm. Oh, it's late for you. I was gonna say leave it out for a little longer, but I assume you're gonna want to go to sleep soon, huh? Teehee? Anyways, I don't know why. It's always... Okay. I don't usually struggle to take out contacts, but for some reason, I always struggle with the left eye, mainly. It's always the left eye that I have the worst time trying to take my contacts out for. Oh no, I don't remember what we were doing last time. We'll see.
Thank you for always helping me. But I gotta say bye for now. Yup.
Oh right, she was running away.
Now. Remember not to tell Mom and Dad, okay? Bye-bye!
Hey, you!
It's like, one gonna stay up another hour, or until... An hour is probably where I'm gonna be ending at.
Have you seen a little girl? She's in elementary school.
Please don't let me hold you back. Please rest if you can soon, Raph.
Calm down? What if something happens to her?
Oh, please. This is what happens when you force a child to study non-stop.
Why are you always like this? Everything has to be my fault.
That's because it is your fault. This never would have happened if you'd been watching her. Look, we don't have time for this. I think I know who you are. You're the one, right? Maiko's told me about you. She said she played with a high school kid instead of practicing piano.
What? This is the first I'm hearing of this. What the hell did you do to my daughter?
Ma'am?
Shut up! Stop jumping to stupid conclusions. I'm sorry about this.
That's such a vague description, right? It's also terrible to be like, yeah, I hang out with a high school kid.
When we checked her room, we found a note that said, I'm running away.
She's never done anything like this.
Well, yeah, because y'all are fighting. Can I just say, it's probably your fault? If she had a better parents, I'm gonna say it.
Excuse me? You don't know anything. Maiko, why?
I know enough.
Listen, if you have any idea where she is, I'm begging you to tell us.
I also don't want her to be alone. Child, please.
Takoyaki stand? Oh, that place. Right, let's try looking.
Are we all gonna go together? We're all going together.
Maiko!
Mom! Dad! And you too? Will
Maiko, are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere?
I'm okay.
Oh, thank goodness. Why would you do such a thing? I was worried sick. Do you think that's funny, giving me a heart attack like that?
Hey, that's enough.
You made me worry too. I was so scared. You said you were getting a divorce and I didn't know what to do. I don't want you to get divorced.
Oh, so that's what this is all about. We're really sorry, Maiko. Why don't we go home and talk about it? It's awful we pulled you into this. I'm not sure what else to say.
I'm glad that, like, her dad...
I told you to keep it a secret, but... Thank you.
like tearing up watching this scene. I'm glad that her dad like was calm enough in that moment, but like it's so hard for young kids to be seeing parents fight like this. It's just so sad and unfortunate. Like yeah, he acknowledges it. Yeah, like personally I don't know. As you're growing, I'm sure it's much more detrimental to like your mental health in the future, because like I had parents who definitely fought a lot when I was younger, and I was more surprised they didn't divorce at the time. They're still together. They're fine. But like I know my parents were very much so like, oh, we're staying together because of the kids. But also it was a very, very, very bad like home environment to always be hearing parents fight. I don't know. It's always weird to think about like what if they divorced while you were younger versus like older, or like I don't know. Mildly heavy topic, but just things I think about sometimes. Yeah, it definitely hurts when they stay together for your sake, because it's just like, I think when, yeah, like, I feel like talking to my mom now, I do think we've had, like, definitely they've had a lot more fights when I was younger, and then also again when I was in high school, which is also a very hard time because, like, again, with an 8-year age gap with my brother, it's just like my brother is the one thing keeping them together at that time. And for me, I was just like, I think we should leave. I think you should separate because you're hurting yourself, you know? Like, I was a lot more on like my mother's side when it came to like, you know, this is hurting you. I don't want you to stay if you're getting hurt. Just because of us, you know? Agree, but I would be remiss if I didn't say sometimes it... Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. I feel you, Raph. Again, my parents now are happier. They are together still. Of course, they still have, like, their arguments, their typical parental arguments. But I think that's normal. Like there is you can have a normal amount of arguments between friends and between like partners and relationships. But like the fights they had when I was younger was just so much more intense and harder because it's just like because they stuck around for us, you know? Yeah. I do still get mad at my dad though for like I had a very, very typical household where like my dad is the breadwinner, my mom is the homemaker, and so it's just like frustrating, you know? I'm an adult now, my parents are adults, my brother is an adult. Like I think as they've gotten older, they're already, you know, like they have their retirement home. They already have plans for how they're gonna grow old, and I'm like, well, they're happier now, and that's okay. It sucks like the hurdles that they took to get there, but damn. Sorry, don't mean to go off on a rant about like families and stuff. It's just hard when like you see a scene like that and it makes you think about like families and whatnot. I definitely butt heads a lot with my dad right now, but that's just because I'm an adult that has never gotten along with my dad though growing up. We're about to make an... And then I realized it's also AFAB and I can't make that joke now. Yeah, no. It's okay. Oh, let me save. What else we got? Looking for me, my parents' big issues were dealt with before I was born. That's good. I feel like... it's hard because what is like your most impressionable? What's the age of being like a very impressionable child? I believe it's during like around like elementary school, right? Like around 11 or so.
Hey!
New ability. Hold on. You're the only one I can hang out with. Let me just make sure, because Aki, I am maxed out, sadly. I'd say up to about 20, but I might be biased. I think actually, wait, hold on. 11 I think might be language learning, something like that. Could be 20. I can't say for sure. I don't know how growing up and how your brain works as you grow up goes. Okay, it's only those two. Yeah, with Yukari, so I can get the thing.
Huh?
Yeah, I think for women it's a little younger. For men it's a little older, right? Being an impression. Having my mom surprise. Hold on. Am I not understanding? Being an impressionable child, having my mom surprised at her band-aid excuse to get me to do something gets believed. Wait, what?
Yes!
Oh, that like you believe her excuse?
Finally at the last episode.
That makes
I wonder
sense.
how it's going to end. You know, about this series, I mentioned before how it caught my attention, but I was afraid it might be too scary for me. But I'm glad I watched it. Guess it's important to break out of your comfort zone sometimes.
Sleep deprived hours. Gio, go to sleep! Please get some rest.
Do you ever try watching things from genres you don't normally get into?
If I'm with somebody. I feel like when it comes to like genres and movies.
I'm the same way. Isn't it easier to try something new when you have someone with you for the ride? It's also nice to be able to comment on it and see the other person's reaction.
Yep, same hat, Yukari.
Watching this together made me realize how much I appreciated the main character. Like how she can't turn a blind eye to people in need and extends her hand to almost anyone.
Shakes your hand. You know what? This might just be a regular sleepy with how much I've shifted your schedule. Are you sleeping during the day and then functioning during the night? Or are you just the other way around? Thank you for the headbats, Gio.
And of course the way she
Are you just living on NA time zone?
It was so
Is that what's happening?
inspiring. Come to think of it, isn't she just like you?
Like me!
That might be a stretch. Remember how I told you about that girl I was close to who started ignoring me one day? It's not like I did anything to make her hate me.
She truly does have meta commentary right now. Summer is bad. I'm so sorry. It's actually, yeah, it has been staying pretty bright until evening for me too.
We've been friends for a long time, but one day out of the blue, she just said, "My mother told me I can't play with you anymore."
Girl!
It's because there were rumors
Oh,
going
I
around
see.
about my parents.
I'm sorry.
I kind of get it now, looking back, but at the time, I was just sad. What I'm trying to say is, this show made me realize I'd like to be a little more like the main character. I want to be the kind of person who'd help anyone at any time. Someone who's kind and strong. It might be silly to say I look up to a fictional character, but there's no harm in following her example. At least that's what I think.
Oh. Hi Blue, how's it going? Welcome in Raiders. I was gonna say, I was just like, wow, Yukari is just like me for real, for real. I look up to fictional characters. Welcome in Raiders. Hello, my name is Gumari Marimitsu. I am normally a brown bear VTuber. I'm blue right now because I've been playing some Persona 3. I like to play a variety of games. My current fixation is Persona 3, Monster Hunter, and just a kind of random game of the week, I guess. Right now it was Hades. That was your stream. How was P5R? I thought you were gonna go longer. One day I'll get to raid into you, Blue. Hold on, let me get you a shout out. I think I have my mod is currently doing some assignments. But if you guys don't know Blue, please go check out Blue. They are a Cerberus VTuber. Gonna be having their debut. Is it this week? This weekend? This weekend, right? Yeah. When is your debut? What is the exact date and time, Blue? Please shill yourself. 3 days. Okay. If you guys haven't checked out Blue, oh my god, I love their design. I was telling them the other day, I was like, wow. When I first saw your design on Twitter, I was like, that was an instant follow. Cerberus? It was just, I don't know. I'm like oddly flustered, gushing on stream. There you go, Saturday. Okay. 8 p.m. Yeah, we did just have a Cerberus appear on the stream. We just saw Koromaru. Nar! Yeah, but yeah, please go check out my friend Blue. Australian, Korean. Right? Yes, Australian Korean. Yes. I like I'm like flustered now saying it, but like I like listening to you speak on stream. I always love listening to Aussies speak. Yeah, from what I know, we do share a lot of the same interests and the same brain cell. Also a Persona enjoyer, also Final Fantasy enjoyer, also an Akihiko enjoyer. Wow. Oh, also Alien Stage, Ivan Till enjoyer. I'm constantly shaking their hand. Please go check them out. But yeah, any of the raiders who are coming in, if you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep, please take care of yourself first. I believe it is a little bit late for EST gang. No worries. I'll be around for a little bit longer. I just took off my contacts, so maybe I'll be a little easier to be playing video games now. I've been wearing my contacts for like 12 hours. But yeah, and then Blue, if you gotta lurk or do your post-stream stuff, no worries. Please take care of yourself first. Again, we're just going through a story, so you know how it is. There's a lot of voice acting in this game. My stream is staying up while you work on things? Okay. Good luck with all the editing. Yeah, I hope you enjoy your time here. I hope that I can take care of your community. I will hold the community like I hold this akihiko pillow. Audio dying. Thank you. I completely forgot about resetting that. I actually remember I saw an audio fix for this on Twitter. I need to go through my bookmarks. I forgot which account I even set my bookmarks on. But yeah. I thought you were gonna say hostage. I am a kind and gracious cafe barista, I swear. For Persona 5, I think hostage would be appropriate, but right now we're just kids trying to make it by. Also, thank you for the first time chat, Noi Kenzaki. I hope you guys had a good time over on Blue Stream. Yeah, how's it going? Healing Apex reduces the SP cost of recovered items. Oh, Yukari's goated. Like the scene for Yukari, considering she becomes the pink ranger feather man as an adult. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna tear up. Yukari deserves the world.
That ending was so
But yeah, also if there's anybody who is not looking for spoilers, I get it. If you want to dip, no worries. And like, this game is such a good game. If you want to experience it yourself, please experience it. But if you want to hang around for the ride, I'll be here. I stream this game every Wednesday, so if you want to keep up with me then, I'm usually the same time, usually around like 7 p.m. PST to about 11 p.m. PST. 11 or 12. Sometimes we go until 2 a.m. because I'm insane like that. But you know, that was a one-time thing, and I hope it's not. I hope it doesn't happen again. Just catching up to dailies. Oh, what dailies are you doing right now? I know Blue's been into a lot of Honkai right now. Are you also playing Honkai?
I'll bring more DVDs I'm curious about next time. Oh, it's about time we head back to our rooms. Have a good night, okay?
I can't falter. I have to romance Mitsuru. That I'm gonna be honest. That moment was the moment where I was just like, wait, I kind of want to romance Yukari. Yes. Check out the comm room. Oh, you're right. You're right. I will immediately check it right after.
Oh,
Next
man,
evening.
It's
Okay.
already the 20th? Summer break's almost over.
HSR earlier, Arknights, and now Genshin. Oh, you're so strong for doing all three. I can do a bit of Arknight. I can easily do HSR because it's just auto. But Genshin, if I didn't have a full-time job and the will to stream, I would be playing more Genshin. But I feel like Genshin is such a game that like you have to commit so many hours into playing because you are actively playing that game. Yukari's best girl in your opinion?
Not that I got anything to do.
Okay, that's valid. You have pulled father.
The rest of the world wouldn't be so...
You're so right to be playing Genshin right now. I'm such a seasonal Genshin player. I'll go on, collect my daily, log in, and then I'll close the app. I stare at my pretty Wait! I forgot. This is when they meet. Because off from us, then log in just for father. Her! Oh, I love all redheaded women.
Drawing?
It's been 4 months. 4 months in this game.
She's some kind of caricature artist? Nah, no way. There's no one around for her to draw. What the heck is she drawing then? There's nothing interesting here.
Out of the way.
Okay, you got it. Anything for you, queen. But yeah, honestly, coming back to Genshin for Arlecchino, very, very based. I love her splash art for her summon. I'll probably try and log on, see if I can pull for her, but I'm just kind of like...
You're blocking my view. Move.
Huh? Oh, sorry. Oh, what's with those funky colors?
Oh my god, you know what I just realized? Chidori reminds me of that meme of the girl who's just like, I love a guy who doesn't think, and I'm just like, like Juve here or me? I don't think.
What do you want?
No, nothing. My bad. Dude, how can she stand to wear that crazy outfit in this heat?
What do you mean she's so cute?
What's up with that weird drawing?
Fashion is the end game. Beauty is pain.
Oh well.
Yeah. Yes, we are here. We are here. Every time I see Chidori, my brain goes, isn't she number 3? Okay, I don't know all the characters from No More Heroes, but I love the character designs that I've seen from No More Heroes. Actually, is that the game that you... No. This is not the game that you lent me on Xbox, right? You lent me the other one, the Overdrive Sunset? Overdrive something? I need to play that. It's so badly awkward with it. Yeah, no. Sunset Overdrive. There we go. Thank you. Requesting help. Let me see. What did people do today? What did people do during the day? Bunkichi. I have no social links. Okay, cool. It is a Thursday. It is a new moon. I can do whatever I want. Anyone in the lobby I can hang out with? What a good boy! The best boy! Shortcut for No More Heroes female character designs. They don't look like they're about to play roller derby. Then they shop at a gothic. That's great, actually. Oh, yes, I will give the boy another pet. Oh, he's so cute. A cat. I love Koromaru.
But I have a suggestion.
Koromaru said that we need to be very cautious of them. Okay. What is Sir doing? He's shining his boxing glove. I've never seen that guy do any homework. Is he gonna be alright? No worries, Tato. Have a good sleep. Thank you for stopping on in. I will catch you later. I know, this man. Sir. Jesus, Tato. I'm out here trying to simp. You're trying to trigger some sort of terrible Pavlovian response to being scared and horny at the same time. Okay, let's see. I think I can hang out. Sir, that seat is taken. Casually just sits on him. I'll go to the shrine. I will pay to win. Oh, I actually forgot to go to the police station to sell my stuff. Oh, is that seat taken? I read that so wrong. Is that seat taken? Points at your lap.
Be careful out there. What, wanna... Alright, I'll take that. You finished? You finished? Be seeing you.
What?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
What kind of...
Bring the required materials.
How deep did that V-neck get? I feel like at some point it just ended up being whatever, what is it called? No, I can't make one. Oh wait, I have one. Okay, good.
Wielding a
I don't need these. I have all these.
So, what will it be?
Oh, perfect. Okay, I can make, compare. Back alley when you can for a quest. Okay.
Everything I
Oh, the one where Strega, where you first see Strega in?
Will you?
The creepy alley? Or are you talking about the Velvet Room alley? One of them got arrested.
Are you so what now? You're here, it's all yours.
Restores 1 HP upon death once per battle. Where Shinji hangs out. Okay, thank you. This rifle is stronger than what I already have. Oh, that is very much so stronger than what I already have.
Here you go. Thanks for waiting. So, what will it be?
Oh no, I already have a pretty...
What would you like?
Okay, I have this one. Source Claymore. Verge. Oh man.
So, what will it be? Is that all you need? Everything good? Come again.
Also, hold on. I do want to go into the room alley because one of the requests I have, I know is a quest item I can pick up from somebody, but I don't know if that one is.
Are you accepting a request?
Depending on who asks me out. Oh wait. CD associated with Gekkoukan High School. Okay, I could probably buy one of those. Attempt 100 shrine visits.
Do you see anything achievable?
Oh, did I? Oh, this one. Oh, yeah. Oh no, this is the school one, I believe. Is it? Wait. Aotiru? Aohige?
Very well.
For 3 days. Okay. Isn't this the pharmacy? Oh, yeah.
Thanks. Nope.
A vintage Yagen from the antique shop next door.
You'll like the new stuff we got in
Huh?
stock.
Hold on.
Take a look around, yeah?
Hold on.
Hey.
Hold on. While I'm here, I'm gonna do this first. Vintage Yagin.
Well, of course.
Oh.
I got my hands
Can
on some
I?
pretty interesting wares.
No, I need another
Feel free to look
topaz. Okay.
around.
Did I use it on something? I'm gonna be so sad if I
Everything
did.
good? Hope to see you soon.
Ah, it's fine. I'll take the armor though. Okay. Forget. Does time progress if I pray at the shrine or go to the shrine offering? It doesn't, right? Okay, that's what I needed to do. Perfect. Oh, Noi Kenzaki, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Also, do you have a preference in what I call you? Do you prefer Noi? Do you prefer Ken? Do you prefer Kenzaki? Let me know, and I'll do my best to remember. But Noi is good. Okay, perfect. But yeah, get some sleep. Good job doing your dailies, and thank you for stopping in with the raid. I appreciate it. Take care, and I hope that I can catch you next time. Shinji hangs out. Port Island. This one, station outskirts. Right? Yeah. Oh, the club. Kiseda. Excuse me? A non-alcoholic cocktail? How would I have known to get this damn drink here? Thank you, bro. Who would have even thought? Like, would I have been able to even get it over at Escaped? Or, yeah, at the other club?
Good day. Are you accepting a let's hear the results.
Oh no. Okay, let's see what she says for this one.
My apologies.
I see. So this is the beverage that bears my name. It does indeed say Elizabeth on the label, and there is a very lovely, very rich aroma. If I'm to be honest, it does make me feel a little prideful. I'll take some time to enjoy it later. Oh, okay. That's all she says. You just have to be going around clicking everywhere after requests. I would cry. Thankfully though, like with the town map, you would see the exclamation point right away at least. But yeah, okay, so as soon as I get a topaz, I will have to come back here to get the thing. I'll go ahead and pay to win for my academics. Give me. Simply make me a genius now. Oh.
No. No means no.
Huh? No what?
It is time for Koromaru-san's solo patrol duty, commonly known as a walk.
Oh!
There are arrangements for Sanada-san to accompany Koromaru-san on his walk today. However, the scheduled time has passed, and Sanada-san has yet to return. Koromaru-san's patience has reached its limit. Koromaru-san is requesting that you accompany him instead. Are you available to—
No one tells Kodo no in this house, no.
You are what they call a lifesaver.
Thank you, I guess. Where's Aki?
non-human persona user. Now
Ugh.
that is certainly unique.
God damn it, this man.
My fascination lies more with you. Good evening. There's no need for hostility. Now is hardly the time. Let's have a little chat. Come along. What exactly are you waiting for? Now then, I have a question for you. However, just demanding answers from you wouldn't be a very fair arrangement, now would it? I will answer one question of your own first.
At least he'll answer something.
What do you want to know?
You know, sometimes I forget Takaya's in Persona. You know, to be fair, his design is... Okay, Strega's design in this game is just so out there for some reason. I'm just so confused half the time whenever I see them. Zen! It's my pillow. You can borrow it sometimes. I'll lend it to you. Hi Zen, how are you? Man, shamelessly has his gun in plain sight. I know. I know. I swear. He's gonna shoot off something at some point. One day. I know. Anime Jesus put on a shirt. This is more like hippie. Scopo, please. This is more like hippie Jesus. I'm gonna use my one question to say, why aren't you wearing a top? Is that a revolver in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me? Might be both. Why are you getting in our way? What's your goal? I want to ask this so badly. Why aren't you wearing a top? I'm just gonna ask it.
My coat is invisible to fools.
I hate this man. I hate this man. His government assigned name is Revolver Jesus? I can't. Sussy bear, yes, Tasai, sussy bear. Are you Scopo?
But of course I'm joking.
Grunge Jesus 2000 on MySpace. I'm done. This man is getting so roasted.
What a surprise that you would rather ask about me instead.
I mean, you're standing in front of me shirtless at night. Where are your nipples? They should be as hard as diamonds in the cold. Oh, actually, it's summer. Never mind.
This is a sign that we may reach a mutual understanding.
Weirdo?
In the beginning, we had no quarrel with you.
Good. Trying to force yourself to walk to the... Ooh, what kind of snacks are you thinking of? Sweets? Salties?
Had you not decided
both?
to eliminate the dark hour,
chocolate covered pretzels? Okay, now I want chocolate covered pretzels. That sounds really good.
Truly unfathomable. The power of a persona is a blessing granted only to us. Yet, you insist on ending the dark hour, knowing full well that your powers will be lost. Now, answer me this. Why? Are you trying to protect the world from the shadows?
Yeah.
And just where did you
what the heck?
That idea? In this country, almost 5,000 people die in car accidents.
Hold on. Oh, sorry, I did not mean to tab out like that.
Every year, and yet there is no outcry against the existence of cars.
That's if you look up Revolver Jesus, it's all just Takaya. Of course it is. Of course it is. One of my favorite shirts has a perfectly placed hole over my left nose. That's so yeah. I'm so sorry it had to be your favorite shirt though.
It is because we value our own convenience over the lives of others. So then, why should we give up the powers we were bestowed? Do you know what a savior complex is? You are being trapped by a misguided way of thinking.
He is cooking a little bit. He is cooking, but I can't take him seriously with that goddamn revolver in his pants like that. Are these videos so long? I'm so sorry. Are you falling asleep to them? Because God, I hate them. What if you just grabbed it? Without consent, disrespectfully, and then I would just throw the revolver at his face and run away.
We have no obligation to sacrifice what is ours to save others. Giving up your own life to save others is simply a waste. Your reason for fighting is one of obsession.
Yeah, it is funny though, like what Strega is, because they're so antagonistic, but it's just like in reality, if you were given these sorts of powers, like, you know, not sure what snacks I want, mostly just energy. Ooh, what is your choice of energy drink? I don't usually drink energy drinks, but if I had to choose any, I usually drink Ghost energy. Easy content for the most part, at least. Oh yeah, it's putting you to eat. Oh yeah. I'm sure it is. How many times have you fallen asleep now?
Do you continue to deny it because you can't accept the truth?
One? Only one? Okay, but how long did you fall asleep for is my question. Monster salted caramel coffee. I didn't know they had a salted caramel one. I know they have like the coffee, the monster coffee, but I didn't know there was a salted one. I'd actually try that. Just a minute? Uh-huh. Oh, also Rockstar. I'll drink Rockstar very rarely because that one's a little more sugary for my taste.
There is no need to rush your decision. You should think carefully about it. We have been given a special power, and yours is particularly extraordinary. It's as if the Dark Hour has chosen you. Does it really make sense for you to reject this gift? That
or has death itself chosen me?
Tonight is a new moon. You have ample time to reconsider before the moon waxes full again.
Chosen us to defeat shadows. Yeah.
With that, my debt to you is paid. Perhaps it might help you make up your mind. Well then, I shall be going. I trust you'll have changed your tune by the next time we meet.
Wait, so what did he ask us? What did he ask us? Did he ask anything to us? Did I mess up by asking my stupid question? Or was this question just the what do I fight for? Piece of paper from Takaya. The new gear has eased summoning, but we need to make new safety cartridges before handing them off to MK. The evoker weight is also an urgent matter. Fortunately, ample test subjects remain too. ... MK? Was I not listening? No. I was half listening. I was very distracted by the revolver. Oh, why we chose to climb. Got it. Okay. It was too smooth of a transition. It was smoother than my brain. Wait. Wait. Does he want brushing time? He's so cute. Thank you, Junpei, for asking the real questions. Why is he half naked? Is it because it's summer?
Hello.
Okay. Anyone else I can hang out with in the dorm? Afuka! What does Fuuka do though? But I want to hang out with Koro. I'm gonna hang out with Koro. Oh, I wonder if this means he wants me to brush him. Yes. Oh, this makes me so happy. This brings me so much joy. Just brushing my pupper. Oh. He's such a spoiled baby. Oh, to be Koromaru, truly. Oh, what'd he bring me? Speaking of energy drinks. Oh, I love that spending time with him. I'm pretty sure he just brings random objects. Oh. You can't cook with him, so it's just, oh. He's so... I love Koromaru. He's texting me. Friday. I can hang out with Amoru. Yeah, I'll hang out with him. Since I do have Senjulan.
Yo. Alright, I'm getting fancy today and adding an egg to my order.
Okay, how is adding an egg to your order fancy when that is like standard? I feel like egg is standard to a lot of dishes. Or like rice, like ramen and like, I don't know. Is this ramen? It is ramen, right?
Man, can't remember the last time I had such a fresh egg.
Fresh egg?
Maybe I should
What do
get
you
some
mean?
for them too. Oh, my siblings. Got 4 younger ones.
I did not know he had such a large family.
Our apartment's pretty small though, so we're packed like sardines.
That sounds like fun.
There's never a dull moment.
I feel like sometimes I wish I had more siblings. I say, having one younger brother. Like, I kind of wish there were 3 of us. I feel like that would have been a lot of chaos, but I think it would have been fun if there were 3 of us.
You want to come over sometime? Might be fun, as long as the floor doesn't collapse. But you know, back then, it was a lot more... I never mentioned this, but... my father died 5 years ago. We were told his car fell off a cliff. I'm not fishing for sympathy or anything. I just thought you should know.
That was not what I was expecting from his social link. Social link.
Whoa, it's already this late? The preschool's gonna be letting out soon. See ya.
A little bit of trauma dumping. I was just kind of like, weren't we just having ramen the other week? The last hangout? Huh?
Welcome back.
Huh? Hi CRT, how are you? September 5th. I still have like 2 weeks.
Oh!
Regarding that,
Oh my god. Junpei. You can't ask Aigis that. Hello, sir.
Let me think.
Oh, calm room. Thank you. Save. Just woke up for the second time today. Oh, did you work today, CRT? Bro, what is that? You! Hi, you. How are you? What is what? What is what? What is what? What is what? Hold on. Oh my god. Knocked! Wow, hello? Good morning, everybody? How are you guys? Oh, new video. I'm kind of scared. I see you fully embraced what you are. Oh, the body pillow. Yes. Do you like my husbando? Of course I have to have an akidaki. No. No.
Oh, damn it. I still can't stop thinking about what happened in Yakushima. You're telling me I can't carry a conversation any better than Junpei? How can I be on the same level as that idiot and his lame pickup lines? Are you able to make others laugh with a well-timed joke? Well, no specific examples come to mind, but I think I at least do that much. Careful, making others laugh and being laughed at are two entirely different things. When people speak to you, do you tend to respond with pure logic and reason? This is a common mistake among inarticulate men. Try to consider what the other party is feeling first. Damn it. I guess you've got a point. Try practicing by imagining you're asking a female friend or colleague to your favorite store.
He's
Remember,
truly
it's
trying his
important to smile and
best.
have a sense of humor. Huh.
You know, it's so funny. I just love having
Hey
the-
there. What great timing to see you here. Nice one.
This is the perfect time. So Ryan and I bought all of the Persona 3 acrylic stands. I have the Akihiko one. It's so lovely to just stare at and then stare at the screen. There's so much Akihiko in front of me right now. Wait, I need to take a screenshot of this. There's literally 3 Akihikos on screen. Goals. This is my man. This is the one I want to be with, Noct. He's a little dumb, but that's how I like my men. Dumb. Screenshot it, print it, frame it, put it on the wall. I can't. I'm crying right now. What a perfect time for everybody to show up, right? Oh. Oh. I like my men like I like my coffee. Dumb. Oh my god. You're stupid. I like that in a man. Yes, exactly that.
I'm going to Umiushi. Wanna come with?
Why does he sound like this?
Humor. You know the beef bowl place? Hey, maybe we could meet up there, huh? Get it?
My jacket. I dropped my jacket. I'm crying from secondhand embarrassment, and I'm also just like, that's my man right there. I'm so... I literally cannot get over the fact that I never remember the timeline of things, and I always happen to title my streams something ridiculous about Akihiko, and then he just does something in that stream. I don't know how I time this well, but I do. But the way this is voiced is so good. Thank you, Alejandro Saab, for your service.
What am I, the chairman? Screw this.
I was waiting for you to get to check the videos of this stream. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh my god. I'm saving that one so I can come back to that. Oh wait, I keep I'm so glad they're available at all times for me to see. I'm crying. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Anyways, I got so distracted. But worked last night, passed out, woke up at 4, ate food, passed out again. Oh, but hello, welcome in CRT. Good morning. I'm so glad you're here for that very moment. It was a very appropriate joke. I feel like it was a very dad joke. What happened? You've been up in the comm room for 5 hours. Don't worry about it, guys. Don't worry about it. I'm so glad that happened. Oh, my cheeks hurt from how much I'm smiling. Oh my god. I'm so glad to see and hear that scene voice like that. I genuinely forgot about that because I think it was also in Persona 3 in the ephemeral, but it's just a different feeling with the way it was voiced. I have no idea what's happening or who Akihiko is, but I'm glad I could be here for that. It's the man I'm holding in my arms right now, and also this one. This fool. He loves protein. As you can see, he is a boxer. What did Yoda say when he saw himself in 4K? HD, am I? That is... Oh. I'm wheezing. Oh my god. At least we know who the himbo lovers in chat are. Yes. Welcome. You're here now. Oh. Oh. I'm so happy. I love Akihiko Sanada. He's great. He's great. Oh. Are we able to test your emotional support? Yeet? Yeet? What do you mean, yeet? You can take him away. You can giveth and you may taketh. That's what you're allowed to do with him. If you use your channel points wisely. Ah. He's been taken. I see.
Putting in the effort to cook a homemade meal always makes it taste extra good. Well, shall we start cleaning up?
Thank you, Blue. I realize I hung around with Yukari, but I don't think she did anything for me.
Hey,
Oh.
have you seen Koro-chan?
No. It's okay. He's mainly there for Tartarus. Ah, I see. I see the honeycomb economy. this is how it plummets during a Persona stream. Oh. Oh.
Just when I was about to brush it.
Also, hi Flame, how are you? Oh.
Wait, is that bad?
You just scared him away.
Again.
Huh?
He likes to step out front every so often to get some sunlight.
How are you doing? Hope you're okay. Hope you're well.
Whew, thank goodness. Well, I guess it's not a big deal if he's just basking in the sun. Koro-chan would never
Straight to
find her
Guma. Thank you, Blue. Thank you.
I agree with you there. However, we still have the responsibility of being his owners. I don't want to restrict his freedom too much, but we still have to be mindful. I've been getting him to come back in whenever I notice he's gone out. Try to do the same if you ever happen to see him outside.
Oh, he just hangs out, sunbathes for a little bit.
Come on, Koromaru. It's time to come in.
Responsibility, huh? Yeah, I guess that's true.
Listen, if Kiyo senpai said that to me, I'd be coming.
He may be a Persona user, but he is still a dog.
I sure wonder why you're broke, CRT. Okay. Oh my god, is summer break almost done yet? Koromaru! I can spend time with the boy. We're spending time with the boy. Oh, wait, where is he? Oh, he's at the front! Only in points. Oh. Okay, Rai says... Oh no, where'd he go? I'm dead. I'm so glad that I've given you guys power to giveth and taketh. Oh. What's he doing outside? Wait. Is it not hot? Hello, New. I'm Guma. Did you really only have 10 points left, CRT? Let me save before I forget. Wait, is this... Okay. $11. You could get first if I just, you know, ended stream and started again. Easy. Next stream Zoom, exactly. Microorganisms baroque CRT.
Oh, is that you there, Koromaru? Do you remember me? I used to play shogi with the priest. Oh, I see. Oh dear. I'm sorry, but do you mind if I rest here for a bit?
Rest inside?
Oh no.
Oh.
Here.
How am I gonna bring Koromaru inside the house?
Down we go.
Then I say, well spent then.
Do you live here? In that case, I have to give you my thanks. So thank you for taking Koromaru in as your family.
Aww.
A lot's been going on ever since the priest's accident. To tell you the truth, someone else was willing to take Koromaru in.
Oh, I completely forgot about the ads. But I will take a pause here, just so that I can also stand up. I'll still be here. I'll still be here. But in case anybody is stuck in the ads. Setting fire to your chat. Knocked! I can't believe this. Why would you set fire to my chat? Actually, hold on. I will actually go use the washroom, so I will be right back, actually. Kaide, no. Don't set fire, please. No fire, please. Are you Kaide? Okay.
Sweet and pleasant young lady. Koromaru took quite a shine to her. Only... well, he'd keep coming back to the shrine gate. I'm not sure what it was, but it seemed like he had some unfinished business. And after that, no one else was able to take him in. However, if he's here now, I take it he achieved his goal then.
No. I don't run.
I see. You did well, didn't you, boy? To be honest, I don't really understand any of this. But if you do, then Koromaru must be happy. I I believe that Koromaru's bright enough to choose where he wants to be. And that means it must be his choice to be here with you. Be good to each other, will you? All right, I've rested plenty. I'll get out of your hair before it gets too late.
I really love watching the way Koromaru's tail wags. It's so cute.
Ow, ow,
He is such a good boy. Look at him. Ooh, Resident Evil 0. And doing some Star Rail dailies. Nice, nice, nice. Do you play Genshin too, Kaide? Are you pulling for Arlecchino? Are you pulling for Father? Oh, Koromaru's so good.
Very sweet of you.
Literally the best
Like that very
boy.
much.
Only Hoyo game he plays H. Oh, okay, okay, okay. That's good. Save your sanity.
Oh! You're in a good mood, Koro-chan. Did you go for a walk?
Heard Resident Evil. Yeah, Kaide, Platinum Maple was just saying that they had just played Resident Evil 0. I actually don't know if I'll ever get to play that game on stream. I know it is a game that Tuna has mentioned wanting to play 5 and 6 for. I have both, and I believe those are the multiplayer games. When am I playing a Resident Evil game? The 2-player ones. Whenever schedules align with Tuna.
You helped? Ah, I see. I believe Koromaru-san wants to thank you. He says,
Aww.
let's do it again.
Zero's rough when you get the hang of it. It's not that bad. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Win for Koto, yes. Oh, I love Koromaru so much. So much.
Should we head in? It's almost Koro-chan's dinner time.
Have you played this game before, Irvin? Or have you played any of the Persona games?
I hope you look forward to it.
Pajama Sam 3? What is Pajama Sam? That sounds like such a silly game title. You play them all? Perfect. 3 is my favorite. Which is your favorite? I know a lot of people like 5. I feel like that's a more recent development, but 3 is also very well loved, which is good. Pajama Sam, Thunder and Lightning aren't so frightening. Oh, okay. No, yeah, I'm also pretty biased. The first time I played a Persona game was for portable. I didn't have a PlayStation, but I did have a PSP, and my friend just told me, hey, I think you'd like this game. So I bought the game and I played it throughout high school, and I was like, wow, I love this game actually, and sobbed myself to sleep. But it's always the tragic ones that are the best ones. Oh, good luck, Kaide. I don't think that's the three, but it's the one I played. Is you are what you eat. Wait. From your head to your feet. Hold on. What? Huh? Have I played A Way Out? Oh, so that is a game in the list of games that Tuna and I are planning on playing. If Tunathon runs a little longer and it reaches a weekend where I can join them, we'll probably end up playing A Way Out. We are supposed to finish Bokura this Friday. It's customary. We are supposed to finish Bokura this Friday. It's literally just going to be to get the complete endings. But yes, A Way Out is on the list. That's one of the backup games if they needed some help with Tunathon. we have a good list of collab games actually. Yeah. I've been wanting to play it. So I was very happy when Tuna was just like, yes. Tunathon Remnant 2. Yes. Remnant 2 is still a game that we will just eventually play for like Milk and Honey collabs. We just need to finish Remnant 1, which we've been doing offline. Tunathon is forever. If you guys continue to sub and throw bits, Tunathon is forever. Yeah, Remnant is a fun series. Oh my god, Irvin, wait, hold on. I'll post it in your server a bit later, but like I had the funniest issue when I was not connected via Ethernet playing Remnant 2 with Tuna, because I legitimately was just clipping. That's how bad my lag was when I was just trying to play Remnant 1. Not on stream, literally just offline gameplay, was just in a Discord call and just playing the game, and I was like, wow, my Wi-Fi card sucks. I have to figure out how to pull up my Discord clips again, but it was really funny. It would be a shame if I made Tunathon last longer somehow. It would be a shame, wouldn't it? Fuzzy! Hi, Fuzzy! Thank you so much for the hydrate. Always coming by and making sure that streamers are taken care of. You played it with Aru? Nice. Yeah, it is not the best at all for Remnant 1. That was literally just because I didn't have a long enough Ethernet to hook up to my router at the time. But I am obviously streaming and I am hooked up to Ethernet now. But we do plan on what is it called? On playing Remnant 2. I don't think we have a handful of games. There's a couple games because like after Code Vein, I was like, oh man, I like playing these games. So we have Remnant offline. We have Remnant 2 to play on stream. We'll eventually make it to Neo 2, and we'll eventually be playing A Way Out. I think A Way Out is more of a Tunathon game because it's probably a one-shot-ish, maybe a three-shotter. That's the only time you'll ever find me on a stream for 10 hours, okay? If we did Dead Space 3 in 2 streams, it'll happen again with A Way Out. Oh! Suddenly everyone is ready. Junpei, no. What are you doing, Koro? Good morning, Jaxo. How are you? How are you? Dead Space Steppies, am I right? Am I right? That was really fun. I genuinely love playing so many games with Tuna. It's always the best time. Okay. Let's see. Who will we go on a walk with? Is it just gonna be I guess? Doing okay, have a dentist appointment in a bit. Oh, dentist. Hope your dentist appointment goes okay. 100% first playthrough for Persona or for A Way Out. Yee, P3. Nah, I'm not looking for full 100% first playthrough. Also, I don't think you can anyways, the first playthrough. Are you talking about like all the achievements? Your reactions are my thoughts exactly. Bukichi!
Well, if it isn't this young man, you're quite a rascal taken to the streets at this hour. Say, who's the little one? Don't tell me you're a father. Oh, looking closely, he's just a dog, isn't he? Cute little thing.
Sir? You know I go to high school, right? Huh? It just sucks. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm not a min-maxer. I just play Persona 3 because I love the story so much, and because I'm a fucking simp for Akihiko. So I just play for my enjoyment. I kind of just do the social links as I want. I think I'm obviously gonna do New Game Plus because there's some interactions that are locked with like your stats.
But now I have no idea where I put the tray.
Oh?
What? Well, isn't he a ball of energy? I should take a cue from him and sprint my way home. With...
What did you go in for? What'd you get? That's what? That's it? That's such a short. I didn't get anything out of that. Might I introduce you to the sidewalk? Excuse me, are you gonna shove this old man over, Noct? I don't want to listen to you. I don't want to listen to you. Just give me your stuff. Soul spinach.
Not bad.
Oh, I don't need this. That's fine. I still have some.
But
you don't have special items for me. Uh-huh, Noct, uh-huh.
Yeah. Nah.
Okay. Let me see. I think... Oh, man. Okay, I think Monday is actually the day that school starts this next day, right? I feel like if I get into it... Did the heat finally finish off his final brain cell? I guess I'll just leave him alone.
Hey.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll probably do Mamoru's social link and then I will call it a night there. So I can actually get a decent amount of sleep. So, small progress. I don't know. I feel like I want to start playing Persona twice a week again. Who needs sleep, VK? Me. The sad adult that works at 8 in the morning and needs at least anywhere between 6 to 8 hours of sleep. Me. I need sleep. Sleep is for the weak? It's me. I'm weak.
Yo.
Boo, responsibilities. I know. I know.
Alright.
Old, don't. Yeah, I am old Noct.
It's you.
It's me. Yes, I know I'm old Noct. I've said this before.
Alright, just one more.
I don't know why you would eat burning hot takoyaki. Slow down.
Oh, sorry. Eating fast is kind of my thing. You don't eat quick at my place? My siblings will pick everything clean.
May your bones creak within a 50-mile radius. Don't worry, my knees are out. Yeah, Noct is a baby. My sweet summer child. My sweet little wild child, even.
Don't worry, your food's safe. Take your time. Oh, that was almost a personal best for me. Oh, get this. I've got a race lined up at another school. A coach from a big-time athletic college is gonna be there. Know what that means? If I do well enough, I might score a scholarship.
When your sweet summer child turned 20, if you... I've just passed away. I've just shriveled up. I've just shriveled up, Noct.
Right? And I could keep doing track.
I just shriveled up.
We just don't have
You can bury me.
I heard about the chance for scholarships, though.
I feel like I'm already 6 feet under.
I'm gonna win this thing and go to college. Maybe this will make my mom's life a little
I just aged like Tim Allen in the Santa Claus movie. Heading out for the night. Yeah, no worries, Irvin. Thank you so much for coming by. I always appreciate you lurking and stopping in. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Take care. And I hope you have a good day tomorrow. Noct rubbing their youth all over the place. How dare they? Ugh. Oh yeah, no worries. Thank you, Raph. I'm actually just about winding down as well, so I hope you have a good rest of your night as well. I hope your pot pie cooled off enough to put away. And I'm glad that I could be part of your winding down. Have a good night. Take it easy. Maybe IDK? Well, you know, it'll be fine to just throw in the fridge. It'll be fine. Ask him where he was, he'll say not existing. Take care, take care. Also, hi Drew! Long time no see. How you doing? How you doing?
Yeah, you're right. It's a relief to hear you say that. I always think how different things would be if my
How you
dad was still
been?
alive.
It's been a hot
If he were here,
second.
my siblings wouldn't have to worry about whether or not they get to eat every day. Well, complaining won't accomplish anything. I'm just gonna have to try for that scholarship.
Oh my god. BK, you comparing Nox's age is killing me. Can I get a good night? Good night, Yawu. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night, good night. Good night, good night, good night, good night. I love you. Take care, baby boo. Yeah, it's about that time to wind down, huh? Trying your best to find other stuff? Oh god, please, no. I feel it. I feel it.
Shoot. The sale on chicken is almost over, and it's my turn to cook tonight.
Oh!
I'll catch you later.
Oh. I want to meet Hayase's family. Hayase opened up to me about his problems. Yeah, Hayase also trauma dumped pretty quickly, huh? We've hung out for like, 2 dates. And you're already telling me about your father who passed away from a car accident? Huh? Thank you for the hydrate, Drew. Ugh. Okay, hold on. Okay, I was gonna say, if Akihiko is not here, I cannot stop stream. I have to make sure I end stream with Akihiko on the stream. There we go. On the screen. There you go. Yeah, my boyfriend. Holds. Holds. Let me save here before I forget. Okay, thanks. Just trying to eat my ramen and you're dumping all this shit on me? Honestly. Noctis is as old as Shrek 2? Oh my god, not Shrek 2! Okay, I'm gonna move over to my chatting screen real quick so that we don't have to... That took a bit. Oh my lord, I have to figure that out later. Why does Mixadet decide to show all my alerts like that? Save my game before I forget. Make sure I actually leave. I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago. Oh my god. You know what I remember? I remember seeing the Shrek show over at Universal. The 4D show. Anyone remember that? Any SoCal natives remember that? The real persona is the rushing to do levels of Tartarus so we have more time for social links along the way. Yes. Yes. Shrek 4D, I remember 4D's nuts. I can't believe you just D's nuts in my chat. That was the last thing I expected you to do, right? Also, the shiny Mewy, thank you so much for the first time chat. Oh my goodness. Oh gosh. Oh, hold on. That audio startled me. Did I catch the... Yes! Yes, I did. Are you excited for Metaphor? I'm very excited for Metaphor. Devour these nuts. Secretly. Listen, they're pretty good. I like these nuts jokes. They're funny. They're funny. They're funny. That moment where 3 Akis are on the screen. Yes, there's all the Akis. Let's see. Who is on? There's so many people on right now. Let's yeah, thank you so much, Blue, for stopping by. I always appreciate seeing you, and thank you for stopping in with your community. I'm so glad, from one Persona game to another, all the Persona. You napped for 4 hours. Oh, Arky. Also, good morning, Arky. Everything came out in 2004. You're welcome, folks. Oh my god. Oh my god, don't say that. These nuts cause psychic damage when used correctly. Truly, they do. They do. Vicious mockery damage. Oh, you were 4? Oh my god. Babies in chat. But let me see. Oh, hold on. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out who I want to raid. I have a couple people I think that I would not mind raiding into. Let me see. Oh, actually quite a few people, huh? You were 12. The real Persona is the teachers we dated along the way. Oh my god. Not in my high school video game. Yeah, take care, Flame. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, anyways, I do want to start getting ready for bed, so I'm casually looking for somebody to raid as we were chatting. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. I know that Persona streams are a little bit of a slog because it's a lot of just like either dungeon grinding or a lot of what's it called? Just a lot of voice acting and story. But I always have a good time playing the game, so yeah. I will be back this Friday. I'm doing a belated stream for my 2-year anniversary. So my anniversary was actually on April 15th. Yeah. It was actually like last week. But I was a little bit too busy to actually properly celebrate it. So I am going to be streaming this Friday morning. I think I put it at 10 a.m., but I might actually start a little bit earlier. I was thinking, because originally I was just gonna do a little bit of doodling to make, to finally make like a chat mascot, because I eventually want to make my own stream avatars. But I might actually also do, a hand cam to show off my journal, because it's been pretty filled up for the year. I also need to oh no, Billy! No! Not the Freddy Fast Shots Velvet! I can't believe you! Why are you Freddy Fast Shotting me like this? I'm gonna cry! Oh my god, I can't believe this. If you guys don't know Velvet Puppy, she is the sweetest, most loveliest, and the cutest, and the prettiest vampire puppy that I know. I see that you have to BRB, no worries. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna cry. But welcome in, Raiders! Hold on. Welcome in, Kin. Hi, Cinder. Hi, Shadow. Welcome in, V. Diosu. Super Fighting Lobster. Critic of Innocence. I see Rodent. Hello. For any of the Raiders who don't know me, my name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am a brown bear VTuber. This is my normal look. I'm a brown bear VTuber, but this is my alt look that I have it as a redeem normally. but specifically for Persona streams, I will use it throughout. Thank you guys so much for stopping in. Oh my god, how was Undertale with Velvet? I can yap a little longer because Velvet stopped by. Was she having fun? Shiny! Consider me a shiny bear. Yes. Yeah. I do go by they them pronouns. I am non-binary, if you will. So I'd appreciate if you did use they them. I like to play a variety of games at this time. It's normally a bit of Persona. It is some Monster Hunter. It is a couple whatever tickles my fancy. Oh yes, thank you for the emotional support, Akihiko. Hold on. So you guys have seen Velvet's Adachi, right? Hold the phone. Let me move over my OBS so I can actually see what I'm doing. You guys have seen honk. You've seen Velvet's Adachi. Now look at my Akihiko. Truly, we are one and the same. I am handshaking Velvet constantly. I'm so normal for Akihiko. I'm so normal. Well, my true... Oh, that's the wrong one. No, I do not have a true alert. I should get one. I should make one. Billy approved. Thank you.
It's you.
Oh, I did not mean to move like that. But I'm glad that the Velvet had a good time. It was a good stream. Good. I'm so glad. I always have the best time over in Velvet's channel watching her stream. She's seriously just like the most positive ball of energy that I've met. I'm very thankful to have met her as I come back to streaming. For those that don't know, I took a bit of a really long stream hiatus when I was moving back in September. But I basically took a break from like July until the end of the year, and I came back in January. Or after January. Oh my goodness, no, like March actually. Whenever Persona came out was when I came back. So February. It was fun. We exploded nature of trash bins. Oh, how far did you get? I know no spoilers were said on chat, but I'm good. I've played the game. How far did you get? I will have to check the VOD later. Guma took 100 years to return. Unfortunately, yes, I did. I'm actually going to be celebrating my 2-year affiliate anniversary this Friday. Although it was on the 15th, I'm going to be celebrating it this Friday since I finally have the time to. Gonna make some chat mascots so that I can do stream avatars. So hopefully I can figure out how to do pixel art, but I would love to. I'm just gonna at least sketch out the mascot on Friday. And I'll probably also be doing like a small little hand cam stream to share my my journaling. I like journaling. I use a thing called a hobonichi. So I am very much so into like into that stuff. Yeah. Any of the raiders who came in, if you gotta, I understand if you gotta raid it, if you gotta go, no worries. Please take care of yourself first. I appreciate you guys coming in with Velvet. I know Velvet left. I'll send her a DM afterwards. But I actually, unfortunately, was just about to end my stream as well. It is a little bit late on my side of the world. So if you guys don't mind sticking around to jump into one more raid, I would love to share our communities over to another friend. I'm just trying to figure out which friend I was going to. But you know, I got a little flustered when Velvet Freddy fast shotted me. Let's see. Let me see. You know who? Yeah. We'll do a raid chain. There's a couple people actually who are on. CRT. No. They're pretty good. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. But yeah, thank you guys again, everybody who stuck around. Thank you raiders who are hanging out still listening to me yap just a little bit longer. Raid Pink Justice. He's not even online. Is he? No, he's not. He doesn't stream on Wednesdays, does he? I thought he was on Tuesdays, Thursdays. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. Okay, you scared me. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Okay, I'm just gonna... Okay, I'm gonna give a couple choices, I guess. We can go to a sussy streamer playing a game called Mothered. We can go to a friend who's just doing some art commissions. We can go to... Let's see. What else is there? Somebody playing Pokey Rogue? Or somebody who is playing... Oh no, I'm trying to remember how I met her. Oh no. Okay. Art? Pokey Rogue, sorry? You think you know who that is? You think you know who that is? Do you? You're addicted to... I have not actually seen Pokey Rogue. Art in this economy? Let me see. Because I know he just started a little bit ago. Oh, I think... Hold on. Yeah, what are you guys feeling? What are you guys feeling? Art? Pokey Rogue? Art? Pokey Rogue? Let me know. Oh god, why do I have a tab of myself? Oh, it's Velvet. Velvet! I love you so much. I hope you had fun playing Undertale. Thank you for sharing your community with me. You love the polite little Guma. It's my little Guma. It's like the Chikawa. Do you know Chikawa? Please, hold on. We'll put this little guy right there. There you go. Very polite, right? Very polite. Yeah, right there. I wanted to say it, but I saw you were ending it. I'm like, I have to rate them now. Oh my god, I can hear it. I can hear it in yours. I can hear it. I can hear your voice in my head, Velvet. Thank you. We're gonna do a little bit of a raid chain. We're gonna go... Okay, hold on. Velvet, do you want art? Somebody working on art commissions or Pokey Rogue? I've never seen Pokey Rogue, but it looks interesting. What are you feeling? What are you feeling? Wait, hold on. Where'd you go? Oh no, did you? No, she didn't. Okay. Scared me. Yeah. Oh god, I got slapped with an ad. Terrible. I cry. You have a preference? Nope, those are my two choices. I narrowed it down. Teehee? Art! Okay, we'll go say hi to my friend who I actually was chatting a little bit with yesterday. Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna send everybody over. I gotta put Velvet on this spot. We're gonna send everyone over to my friend who's working on some art commissions. It looks like he's working... Actually, I thought he was working on his OC. But you come back to 2 Guma tabs. Where are we going? We're gonna go say hi to Rain. He is working on some art commissions right now, I believe. Where's my raid message? Anyways, for those of you that don't know me and want to get to know me, I do have socials. I do got a Discord. Yeah, we're gonna... Oh, let me start the raid before I... Don't shout me out. What is that? Ah. Okay. Oh, thank you. No, don't shout me out. If you guys have the emotes, please use my emotes. If you don't have emotes, I would appreciate if you could use hearts. I would love to send love over to my friends. Splatoon language. Oh, is that really... Why is it always hot in the corner of a room? Because a corner is 90 degrees. I'm dead inside. Yeah. Okay. Other than that, I will see you Friday morning. I believe I'll start a little bit earlier than my schedule. Shadows run. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So I probably will start maybe either 8:30 or 9 a.m. PST. Rather than the 10 that I said. And I can show off my journal. I'll do a little hand cam before we do art. Yeah, I love you too, Velvet. Thank you again. I'll catch everybody on Friday. Take care. Have a good rest of your night if it is that time. Have a good rest of your day or your afternoon. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye.